morning and buenos dias, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Today is the final day of the Freefly-Slalom. Yesterday, two dominators out there, Tituan Galea out on the Cabrina and Nia Suarez, the duotone rider. They are on top of the overall leaderboard, but to mix it up and spice it down, we have changed the course. Let's see if that's going to throw a curveball at our athletes. Conditions are looking good as always here in Pozo Izquierdo. Let's check out the action.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day number 3 here at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. Super excited to continue with some Freefly-Slalom action today. I've got to say, rocking up early this morning, the conditions are looking really tasty. Our riders are getting ready. The skipper's meeting was this morning. But to give us a little bit more of an insight into exactly how it looks down on the beach, we've got Chris McDonald, who's going to give us a little bit of a forecast update.
Welcome to day 3 of Pozo GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We are getting ready for day number 3 of Freefly-Slalom. It's going crazy out there. Huge swell, 30 to 40 knot gusts already, and it's only 10:30 in the morning. The windsurfers are having a blast in this 2+ meter sets rolling through. It's unbelievable out there already. I suspect these athletes from yesterday are a little bit tired. We got 4 rounds done yesterday in the Freefly-Slalom, and we're shooting for another 3 today. Back to you, Joe and Liam.
Welcome to day number 2, everybody, here in Pozo Izquierdo. And the name of the game today is Freefly-Slalom. We got through 3 rounds of men's surf-freestyle yesterday, qualifications of the big air, but now it's all about speed and see who's going to go across that finish line first. We got 2 big pumping sections on this Freefly-Slalom, almost about 500 meters each. So we're going to see the guys riding the swell, releasing that wing, spinning it all around. But you know, there can only be one winner, the person who gets across that finish line in first position.
We are here on day 2, Gran Canaria and Wingfoil World Cup. It's been nuking again, and it's perfect conditions for our downwind freefly slalom format with these strong wind chops and strong winds coming down. The course is going to have a lot of freefly elements in it. So we are starting quite outside with the first reach, the first mark, and then already straight into the first freefly section. So here the riders are not allowed to use the wing, and they have to surf and pump and glide on the bumps. Around the second mark, another reach, and then another freefly section, which is probably a couple of 100 meters, 300 to 400 meters long. Coming into a quick slalom finish, 3 quick jibes, 4, 5, and 6, and then into the finish line.
First time I'm competing here in Pozo with the wingfoil. I used to compete here in windsurfing, but yes, 1 elimination done. I managed to calm myself and win all my heats and then winning the final as well with a good lead. So I'm pretty stoked with that. I feel ready, I feel motivated, I feel ready to go, and I will try to put it together all the way till the end.
Yeah, pretty stoked to be here in Gran Canaria, windy event. I arrived here pretty tired this morning because I had some travel issue. I managed to get on the first elimination, but unfortunately I missed it. So I had a last place at the first elimination, and then we were in 3 more elimination, but then I managed to win all of them. So yeah, pretty stoked about them.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I won 7 eliminations. The pumping was really hard, but I managed to do all of them really good, and I'm super happy. The wind is here super strong, and looking forward for tomorrow.
All right, well, that's it for day number 2 here for the Freefly-Slalom in Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo. And I tell you what, we have had close battles out there. On the ladies' side, we've had Nia Suarez winning pretty much everything, placing herself first overall after day number 2. And then on the men, Francesco Capuzzo and Tituan Galea, they were bumping heads, but in the end it was Tituan Galea taking 3 elimination wins, meaning he is on top of the Free-Fly-Slalom here in Gran Canaria.
So some amazing highlights there of day number 2 where we saw some free-fly slalom action. And as you can see, joining me in the booth, Chris McDonald. Must be pleased to be here and out of the crazy 35 knots that we've currently got.
Thank you, Liam. It feels good to get back in the booth. I have been doing the beach mic the last 2 days, which has been really exciting. Day 1, you know, big air qualifying was awesome. We got through 16 rounds of freestyle. And then yesterday, the racing action was just insane.
Yeah, we saw some amazing action, and the likes of Francesco Capuzzo, Bastian Escovet clashing. I mean, the drone shot of that is quite remarkable. But it's all systems go now, because day number 3, we're going to continue with some free-fly slalom action, and it's going to be the men that are taking the water first. So we're going to head out onto the water, catch some of those heats now, because we're currently in elimination number 5. Who do you reckon is going to be some of the main players today, Chris? Who you using your money on?
You know, Liam, yesterday the front of the pack was absolutely dominated by a few riders. Tituan Galea, you know, who is a 3-time world champion already and extremely fast on the pumping sections. You know, he had a little miscue and started in the wrong heat yesterday in elimination number 1, so he was literally last place. But then he managed to come back with 3 bullets in a row. Francesco Capuzzo, I call him the Italian Stallion. You know, he's very signature orange helmet of his. Bastian Escovet had some uncharacteristic mistakes yesterday. The gong rider going extremely fast, but just kind of having a bit of bad luck. So I expect Bastian to kind of shake some of those cobwebs off and go very fast. But, you know, those 3 are almost unstoppable.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Bastian as well. He's definitely got the right sort of game face on this morning. He's, you know, ready to go. And they've all been sort of tuning and fine-tuning their equipment early doors. We had the skippers meeting where our sports committee were telling the riders about what's to come. But here we go, elimination 5. We're actually on heat number 3 now. So the players in this heat are, we have Axel Gerard, we have Malo Guenole, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Max Robinson. Also joining them out there is Solengal, Paul Artsner, Christopher McDonald, and Aitami Rodriguez. So some big heavy hitters there.
You know, we can't forget the AFS riders either. The 2 Frenchmen, Axel the Axe Gerard, he is one of those amazing standout youth riders that, you know, we both got to see last week in La Palma, and he won every single race in 16 and under. He was extremely fast. Then we also have Alain Fedit, who's one of the most, I mean, just he's always up there at the front.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't make mistakes. I think Alain is another guy that could sneak in there on the podium or even, you know, the top rung. Yesterday I watched in one of the eliminations, and for these top guys, what they want to do in the first round of the heats is they need to be top 4. If they're not top 4, they're out. They don't go to the semis, they don't go to the winners or the losers. So it's very challenging for those guys. They have to be, and Alain was in 6th, and at the end he was in 4th and he went through. Yeah,
he's doing great out there. And you can see now we're well and truly underway with this heat number 3, and it's looking like I think that probably is going to be Alain Fedit out in front. He normally rocks a white helmet though, so maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, that's going to be Axel Gerard who's out in front there.
He's looking for a new nickname, and you know, we can talk about this or you can put a comment up there, but I think it should be the Axe.
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Right? Axel the Axe Gerard. That's also Christopher McDonald. Looks like he got a good start behind him. I'm very familiar with his riding style. That is my son. I'm more nervous when he freestyles than races, Liam, but he's having fun. I know that they're having a good time out there. It's nuking winds. I mean, Pozo has just been wild. I mean, our last spot where we raced was in Lacat, and we literally ran out of wind. You know, it's 11 knots. The riders, they want to race. Some don't want to race. And then we get to Pozo, and it's like
nuking winds. Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, they're able to use the elements, and you can see Axel Gerard really making use of his first heat of the day, is getting some nice distance over the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th position, as you mentioned, they're crossing the line. It's the top 4 that go through into the semi-finals, so they'll be pushed through, and Axel Gerard just going around that last mark now. It's a different course to yesterday, which is going to be test the riders that little bit more as well. As you can see there, that's the finish line boat, as Axel making his way back up towards the start of the competition area. But let's just have a little look at some of the results from the last one. So in semi-final number 1, those of you that missed it, we've got Camille Boyer, Francesco Capuzzo, Alan Ferdit, Angel Granda, Bastien Escovet, Chucho Nonot, Ricardo Zorzi, and Noé Kuyala. Those are the top 8 in the from the first 2 heats, and we're now in the next 2 heats. So that was heat number 3 of elimination number 5, waiting for confirmation who's going to be going through in that one. But you can see we also have some live wind in the top left-hand side. It says it's about 20 knots at the moment, but you know, it's definitely a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that wind meter is. Maybe it's in one of our containers, Liam, because that is not right. We have not had 19 knots in the last 10 days. Like, it's 19 to 40. It's just crazy here. Pozo is, I mean, I compare it to Maui or Hood River or Christie on a nuking day. But the difference between those spots and Pozo is Pozo's always windy. It's like windy in the morning.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
So here we are, welcome back. Elimination number 5, heat number 4, well and truly underway here. Chris, who's up next?
All right, well, we've got our big winner from yesterday, Tituan Galea, the Cabrina rider from New Caledonia. We got Julian Rattati, who's extremely fast on the Gong team. Julian Boyer for RRD, and Clement Hamon also on this new Gong super team. Julio Gasparini, we got Luca Gasparini, his brother, that should be a good race. Oscar Leclerc, the Vayu rider, and Marino Gil from Spain.
Yeah, Marino actually competing last week on the PWA, 19 years old, finished second. So, I mean, I watched one of the videos that he did here on his windsurf, like a double front loop or something stupid. I mean, he's 19, competing with the big dogs. Amazing stuff. And that's just the beauty of, you know, these wind sports that, especially we're seeing with the wingfoiling, is a lot of the likes of, you know, coming from a windsurfing background, they're transitioning into this sport. And it just shows you, you know, where this sport is going and being able to come to locations. I think when wingfoiling first came to the scene, everyone was like, oh, maybe it's something that we can do in the light winds. But we're clearly showing you now that this is a high wind sport as well.
Yeah, it looks like they may have gone green. That's Tituan out front with, that's Julian Rattati on the Gong, the black and green. And that is Oscar Leclerc on the Vayu in third, and that's
Julio Gasparini on the NSIS in fourth.
Yes, his dad, Raimundo, and he both competed in the windsurfing last week. We've nicknamed Julio Don Julio because we've got Francesco
with
Capuzzo.
that accent as well.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have the accent. The Italian stallion, but look at these guys in the pump leg. You know, these are the main guys up front. Julio Gasparini has been getting faster and faster. Yesterday, he was qualifying more and more for the finals and the main final. And then Tituan, I mean, look at him. He's just surfing.
Yeah, picking and choosing the right bit of style. Super important. If you've ever just tuned in here, we do have these pumping tracks, and it's important to just clarify that these riders can't use any power of the wing when they go on those pumping tracks. So as soon as they hit that section, they've got to let that wing flag out, grab it by the leading edge, and just completely pump along the swell. And then after that section, they can grab the wing and power it back up again. But we've got 2 pumping tracks on this course. As you can see, Tituan currently in first position on the second part of the track. In second position, it looks like that might be, is that Oscar Leclerc?
Yep, Oscar's in second. Julio Gasparini has moved up to third. And I'm not sure who's in fourth. But what's very interesting, Liam, is that a lot of the riders will jockey for the pumping sections to be goofy or regular.
Yep.
So if you're right foot forward, yesterday you got to start on your strong side. So it was a goofy start, right foot. And it was also 2 pumping legs with goofy. So a lot of the regular footed riders were like, come on, guys, like, because they have to either come in toe side pumping, which is much harder, or their non-dominant leg.
And just coming down to the latter stages of this course, as Tituan there crossing the line in first. And Oscar Leclerc second, Julio Gasparini third, and it's looking like it's going to be Julian Rototti, the gong rider, pushing through in fourth. Wind is around the 25 knot mark, but I don't think we're going to see anything less than that. Just having a little bit of fun out there as well. And we're just getting some confirmation through from the last heat, the 4 that have gone through: Axel Gerard, Malo Guanole, Christopher McDonald, and Solin Gao. And here are the highlights from that last heat. And here we go. Welcome back once again. We're going to continue to fire through this exciting start of the day. And here we are in our studio, lovely little studio we have here, nice little setup. We've got the Red Bull cans to keep us going through the day. And action so far been quite good. It's important to know, with this sort of slalom, they've got to finish the top 4. So although it may not feel like it's super, super close right into the end, as soon as you hit that final, that's where it's all up for grabs.
Well, the way it really works is there's a lot of racing. Winning an elimination means you're basically winning. You got to be top 4 in your heat, you got to be top 4 in your semi, and then you got to win the main final. So we have 2 finals. We have the mini final and the main final. So 8 and 8. Even if you make the main final and you get dead last, you crash, you're still 8th.
Yep.
So you're still beating the guy who wins the loser final. So it's, and then if you do 4 eliminations, what is that? 1, 2, 3. That's 12 races they did yesterday. Plus, there's so much waiting time. You're out there, and there's no relaxing. What the riders do is they ride up to the committee boat in the picture right there, and they will all wait for the sequence to start. So without the sequence, you have nothing. So you have a timer on your watch that is set for 3 minutes. And as soon as that, what they'll do is they'll go red flag in 3, 2, 1, beep. They'll honk the horn, and all the riders hit their watch.
Yeah.
And then at that point, they'll get up, they'll ride around, they'll jockey, and they'll get in position.
Yeah, and then the yellow flag goes up just under 2 minutes,
right.
And then all of a sudden, green flag goes up. Sometimes we do see the recall flag as well. Sometimes riders are just a little bit too hot on the trigger, then it's a general recall, and basically what that means is all the riders have to go back towards the committee boat, as mentioned there, and they actually find out maybe who won't be competing. So they've got to be quick. They've got to time it well. It
was interesting, Liam. Yesterday, I was on the beach mic, and I had an absolutely front row seat. So in this Elimination 5, Heat 5, Camille Boyer, Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion, Alain Fedit riding for France and Germany, and Angel Granda. We got Bastien Escoffier, the new gong rider, very fast. Chucho Nono, Riccardo Zozzi, the Italian, always quick, and Noe Kuala, the F1 rider from Corsica, is extremely fast.
Yeah, so this is semi-final number 1, elimination number 5, shortly going to be getting underway. And it's important to know we did 4 eliminations yesterday, and the idea for today is to do 7. That allows the riders to discard 2 results. And what is a discard? It basically means you can get rid of your worst result. So for someone like Tituan yesterday, who had a really shocking first elimination, he's going to be able to just get rid of that one and be in quite a comfortable position. So red flag is currently up in the sky. We're waiting for the green to go, and we'll be able to get underway with semi-final number 1.
Yeah, it's always interesting because on day 2 of racing, it's so much more streamlined. The crew knows what's going on. The racers know what's going on. The boat guys are totally dialed in. So look, we're already on semifinal number 1, and we've only been racing for maybe half an hour. So we could easily be done with an elimination in 45 minutes. I know these riders are exhausted from yesterday. 4 eliminations is a lot in this much wind. So 3 eliminations today, that'll allow 2 discards, so it'll be your best 6 races. Or excuse me, that would be 5, right? 3 and 3.
Yep.
Yep, your best 5 races, and then it's time to rest, because tomorrow is when the fireworks really start.
Yeah, we've got 2 more. You know, it's important to actually make that fully aware. We've got plenty of action still coming your way. So if you only have just tuned in and you're thinking, this is just a slalom, we still have surf freestyle to do, and a brand new discipline where we will actually be crowning our world champion here in Gran Canaria. We're doing big air. What's your thoughts on that? When you heard about big air being here in Gran Canaria, what was your initial first reaction?
Well, the first thing I thought was Christopher's probably gained 40 pounds in the last 6 months. So 6 months ago, 40 pounds gets you another 5 feet higher. But, you know, big air is super exciting. Like, I've been thinking that they were going to add it to the, you know, South Africa stop on the kite side, because it just flows perfectly. Like, Red Bull gives you wings. Like, what more could you ask for, seeing these riders, you know, going 20, 30 feet in the air? And then, like, just on simple qualifying, we watched Benjamin May go, you know, 4 or 5 meters high and then do a stalled front flip, which the whole beach just gasped. It was, all the windsurfers stopped. Everybody just was like, what just happened?
Yeah, it was great to see. And we how that sort of operated. We got 18 spots for the men in the big air, 9 of which were sort of pre-selected, pre-qualified wildcards and video wildcards. And then on the first day, we did like a big air sort of seeding. So the other 9 spots were up for grabs. Benjamin May, like you mentioned, was actually one of those riders who snatched it up. So exciting times ahead for the big air. And as mentioned, surf freestyle as well. We managed to finish round 3, and then the women aren't underway just yet. But very, very excited to see how the back end of the week progresses. Tomorrow's forecast, I mean, we talk about the forecast and what day is going to be windier than the other. I mean, you've been here for how long? What, 10 days? And it's been nuking every day?
Yeah, Liam, we came from La Palma, the Youth World Cup, which you were at, and, you know, had an amazing time there. It wasn't the windiest spot, but when we hit Pozo, like, you step out of the airport and you're getting blown over. It's just, like I said, I've lived on Maui. I live in Hood River now, and it's insane here. It looks like we have the riders charging the line now.
Here we go. Where's that green flag?
Oh, are they going to be
time
early?
it?
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh,
it's
I
tight.
don't know. I don't know.
Let's see if the boat goes and chases them. At the moment, it looks like we are good. Are we good? I think we're good. I think we're underway with this one here. Semi-final number 1. It's looking like we have the Boyer, Camille Boyer, out in front. Or is that going to be Francesco Capuzzo? Is that an orange helmet we see out the front?
I don't see an orange helmet.
Let me see. It's hard to see from this angle because obviously
I
covered by their wings.
That's Alon Fadit in second for sure. That's Noe Kuela up there.
Capuzzo in front.
Yep. Gosh, Capuzzo's so consistent. You know, he had a big crash yesterday and he came in pretty disappointed. You know, I was talking to him and he said, you know, usually I don't make mistakes and I guess I didn't pay attention. But look at the youngster from Corsica, Noe, in the back there on that Strike V3. He is absolutely sending it on this pumping leg. Francesco on that RRD, the white and black and orange. Who's in second, Liam?
So the Ocean Rodeo there, that is Angel Glanda. So actually, you know, quite a new rider when it comes to the tour. We haven't seen him compete this year. So making the most of it. And you can see Capuzzo so in first position, Angel in second. Looking like a bit of a battle where the riders are trying to pick and choose the right little bit of swell. This is where it can really open up and change, you know, the positioning. As Angel here getting quite a nice, fine turn by that mark. Alan Fedit just coming round there in third position. So coming towards the back end of this semi-final number 1 now.
Yeah, that's a really good result for the local rider, Angle. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but that's a great finish for him. So he's going to be going on to the winner's final.
Looks like Chucho Not there has also picked up a few positions on that white north mode. But it's going to be a win for that guy on your screen, Francesco Capuzzo, as we wait and see the exact positions from the back end of that fleet. But Francesco Capuzzo will be happy with that. He definitely wants to make amends for, you know, a couple of, let's say, I think for him, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time a couple of times yesterday. But here are the highlights from that first semi-final. Welcome back, everyone. You can see yellow flag is just being raised now. So we're just under 2 minutes in the next semi-final, number 2 of elimination, number 5. But first, we're going to be going with the women. And up next, we have Nia Suarez, Oran Cerise, Bowen van der Linden, and Sofia Marchetti, Mar Diaz, Viola Lipsic, Laura Meyer, and Elena Moreno. We also have Agata Blach, Flora Artsner, Maria Behrens, and Isabel Trevino. Her sister, Lucia Trevino, and wrapping things off is Kylie Belouve. So those are the ladies that are going to be taking center stage very, very shortly, as the yellow flag just now gone. And now we have the lovely drone also to follow suit. And that is exactly where we are in this famous location of Pozo, Chris, in Gran Canaria.
So Liam, Pozo is very interesting. This is one of the last spots in the world where the windsurfers truly control the area.
Yeah.
I would say winging every spot we've been to is pretty much integrated in, you know, people get along, it's fine. But at Pozo, it's like, nope. We got here almost 2 weeks ago, and, you know, there was some grumbling about the wingers here. And it's been really nice because we've been able to almost coexist where we've been training here and getting in kind of on the upwind side of things and basically riding and staying upwind. And the windsurfers have been in their wave zone below us.
So we're underway, and actually I believe it is actually still the men that are taking center stage. So apologies on that graphic because it's semi-final number 2 here. So the players of this, we have Axel Gerard, Tituan, Malo, Oscar, Christopher, Julio, Solin, and Julian Ratotti. And it's looking tight at the front there between Tituan on the Cabrina wing and Axel Gerard on the AFS. Actually, Julio Gasparini as well, really linking things nicely together on the Ensis. And then Oscar Leclerc in 4th. So Tituan coming out the gate quickly.
Yeah, T2, you know, he's just a master starter. He's been a kite racer. He's been, you know, he knows the waves. These guys are all trying to send the top 4 right now. It looks like Tituan, Axel, Christopher, who else do we have in that? Oscar Leclerc on that Vayu, and then there's Don Julio. He has been getting faster and faster, and he seems to be up front all the time. So it looks like the top 4 are
Tituan there.
Gasparini in 3rd. Who's in 4th? That's a gong rider.
Giulio Ratotti there. That's the 4th rider. Black helmet, gong rider, Julian Ratotti. So making up a little couple of grounds there. Oscar Leclerc as actually just dropping back. He's not going to be in the position that he wants. You can see him right at the back there, not having the best semi-final. But Tituan just quite comfortable out in front now. He knows that all he has to do is have a top 4 finish, and he'll be making it through to the final, where he'll be joining Francesco Capuzzo, Angel Granda, Alan Fede, and Chucho the Knot. The back end of the 4, they go into a mini-final as well, Chris.
So here's the exciting part. You know, we know T2 has it. Axel's in it's really 4th, 5th, and 6th right now are the ones that are battling right now for that finish line. We'll see this buoy. This is going to get really tight as soon as we get a drone shot of the back end of this pack, because these guys are in, right? They're going to cross, but we really want to see who nabs that 4th spot.
And you can see, I think
look, Tituan just let Axel win.
Yeah, he did. He just let that one pass by, but first, second, third, or fourth, doesn't matter what position you finish in this semi-final,
So
because if you're in the top.
Rattati.
Yeah, there's Rattati. There's Julio.
Yeah.
Julio Gasparini probably made it through as well.
Yeah,
I think that'll be your
did.
top 4. So there we have it. It looks like your top 4, Tituan, Axel, Julio, and Julian.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
And welcome back. So up next, we're going to be having the ladies, I believe, take to center stage now. Apologies on that last graphic, but you can see yellow flag is up in the sky as they're all sort of circling around like sharks at the top of the starting point. So here they are, Nia Suarez, Oran Cerise, Bowen van der Linden, Sophia Marchetti. We've got Mar Diaz, Viola Lipsic, Laura Mayer, and Elena Moreno, Agatha Blach, Flora Artsneer, Maria Behrens, and Isabel Trevino. Her sister Lucia Trevino, and then Kylie Belouve. Those are going to be the ladies that are taking center stage for the next heat. So going to be good to see how they're doing. But one person that just comes to mind on this free fly slalom, Nia Suarez.
Yes, the teen from Tarifa. Nia is almost untouchable right now. Yesterday, Liam, Flora got a couple really good starts and kind of looked like she might have a chance to get a bullet away from Nia, and Nia would just catch her. Nia, just her game is so good right now. She's been training. She's very fast. But more importantly, Nia's just so experienced. I mean, she's got so many races under her belt that now she starts and she doesn't make mistakes. She's just, her game is perfect right now.
Yeah, she's very, very talented. Just a general all-round wingfoil rider. And lovely little drone shot there. You can see plenty of wind turbines keeping busy. As it's looking like these riders are going to get going. So just zooming in nicely here, just trying to see exactly where our riders are. It's a lot of riders now. We normally have 8 on the water.
Looks like we got a green flag. Flora got a great start there. Nia's mid-pack in the middle there.
I think it's a clean start. It looks like a clean start. Yeah, Flora there on the slingshot green has definitely got a nice commanding lead to open things up, but Nia is very fast when it comes to the straights. We see Aranceris there on your far left on that sort of blue and pinky wing, who looks to maybe come around this mark in second. Yes, nice and tight there. Nia next to her on the right-hand side. We've also got Bo van der Linden now on that sort of burgundy north wing. So let's see how it all shapes up. But great start here for Flora.
Yeah, Flora looks really to have a nice lead into this first pump section. We're getting an amazing drone shot here. She might be able to stave Nia off. This is a new course, so a lot of times the first race is a little hard because you're not exactly sure where you're going. But Flora is, but here comes Nia. Look at her on the pumping section.
Yeah, catching a nice wave here, catching a nice wave.
She just closed about half the gap there, Liam.
Yeah, we also, one of the things I noticed with Flora yesterday, Nia was definitely sort of picking and choosing the right sections of the pumping track, but there, coming around that mark very nicely. Yesterday, she was going quite wide, losing quite a lot of time, getting some speed. Once again, catching a lovely little rolling bit of swell. Super important on these pumping tracks.
Yeah, having these pumping sections in strong wind with big swell is awesome, but Flora looks like she's coming off foil and she just gets into that next bump. Nia taking a different line on the other side, so I mean, those are huge rollers, Liam. Like, this would be such a fun place to paddle downwind. Like, I would love to paddle here. Oh, Flora's in trouble.
Yeah, so you can see there, and Nia just sees that. So Flora, what I was talking about, Flora sometimes going a little wide, but Nia now just going to be firing right through to the end, keeping it together. She'll be taking first place if she doesn't come off, but it just goes to show there, Flora's board does look a bit big. She looks like she's got to work with a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, your choice of equipment is so important on this. Like, big board so you can make sure you can start. I mean, it's plenty windy today to ride smaller stuff. The question is most of these riders would like to be on super fast race foils. So there goes Flora across, there goes O'Rain. O'Rain behind her has been, the top 3 yesterday were Nia, O'Rain, and Flora for sure. Bo usually is up there as well. I suspect we'll see her today on that north gear. But again, Nia is just another bullet.
And here are the highlights, just to go through from start to finish of how that exactly ended. Time to move on now towards the final stages of elimination number 5. So coming up first, we're going to have the small final, and then it's the big final. Tituan yesterday wrapping up some nice wins, but the likes of Francesco Capuzzo, we've also realized that Bastien Escovet actually ending up in the small final, so he'll be a little bit gutted with that one, Chris.
Well, that's kind of the surprise of the day so far. Bastien Escovet, the new Gong super team rider, he came into this, you know, on top, or 1-2 on the slalom side, and, you know, him going into this small final, I mean, more than likely he's going to win it, but that means he's going to be 9th.
Yeah.
That's the best he can do. So already Bastien kind of putting himself, you know, in the back seat a little bit and having to work. So again, this will more than likely be his discard. And again, with the way Tituan and Francesco are riding and Alain Fedit, this might be enough to, you know, keep him off the podium here, Leo.
Yeah, and we have to remember as well, Bastien is currently leading the rankings for 2023 when it comes to free-fly slalom. And we'll go through the rankings very, very shortly. But he also had that hiccup yesterday, so he's had a couple of little... He's not going to be too happy at the moment, especially coming into this small final. But you know, one of the best wingfoils on the world at the moment. Bastien's really linking it together. I feel like in Le Cat as well on the surf freestyle with that combo that he did, he sort of set the bar for the combos, which is always good to see.
Bastien, one of the more powerful riders, and he rode up right to the beach in Le Cat because he's goofy foot. He did a huge Bastien-esque, powerful, high 720, and then he shocked everyone by just popping back up on foil and adding a little 360 at the end. You know, that was a perfect 10 and very well deserved. Bastien is just, you know, the guy's very powerful. He's fast. I think maybe yesterday he was pushing a little too hard. He may have been a little bit, you know, overwhelmed on new equipment, but here we are with the men's small final. Again, Bastien, his teammate Malo, Camille Boyer, Solemn Gall, Noe Kuala from Corsica, the F1 rider, Oscar Leclerc, Ricardo Zozzi, and Christopher McDonald from Hood River.
And just going through those rankings now, so currently first position in the 2023 rankings, we do have Bastien Escovet. Francesco Capuzzo is second, Tituan Galea third, Vinnie Martins in fourth, and Mr. Alain Fedit is in fifth. That's all going to shape up quite nicely after this event here in Gran Canaria. As you can see now, small final getting underway. Is it a clean start? Let's see if we're going to get involved.
Oh, no, I see guys peeling off. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Try and find out a little bit more information if that is a general recall. As we can see on the boats there.
Yep.
What flag is it?
That's the red and white.
There we go. No good.
So someone jumped. I did not see it. Maybe we can tell on a playback, but someone is going back to the beach.
Yeah, never a nice thing to have to go back to the beach, especially in the back end stages of the elimination. So plan today, if you've just tuned in, 7 elimination rounds is what we want to try and hit for the men, which means we're going to do another 3 as we did 4 yesterday. For the women, we're going to hopefully get to around 15. They're on elimination, well, they will be on elimination number 10 when they next come into the water. So plenty of action still to come your way, and then hopefully we'll be able to crown our free-fly slalom champions at the end of the day for this event. Coming up next as well for the tour itself, we're keeping everyone pretty busy with the schedule because we're going to be just shooting to the next island in Fuerteventura very, very shortly. So here we have a replay of that start. You can see flag is not up yet, goes up, but it's looking like, if we can just go back a little bit more as well, one of the RRD riders, perfect there. Who is that on the RRD? Let's have a little look.
That's Camille.
Could be Camille, but also maybe the F1 on the inside. It's a tough angle to see here.
That's either Noe Kuala or Christopher. They're both on that dark wing.
Can't see the helmet color. If it's yellow, it will be...
No, that's Noe. So we'll see if he's DQ'd or not. Noe Kuala has gotten faster and faster. His starts have been on point. He's been training on the racing side and looking really strong.
Yeah, he is. He's very good on the slalom aspect as well. I've just got some news in. 28, number 28 is over early. That is Camille Boyer. So he pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Camille won't be participating in this next one, so he'll be making his way back to the beach and definitely not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, so again, a little insight for the viewers. This is a regular foot start. So again, the riders like Noe and Christopher and some of these riders that are left foot forward are much happier than yesterday. Yesterday was all goofy starts. Goofy, the difference between starting on your strong side and your weak side is incredible, right? I mean, you jump on your strong side, you're more powerful there. So these guys are able to be in way more control on this regular foot start today.
And you can see there the flag's still up. So they're just all hovering around the committee boat. I'm just going to have a little look exactly who is going to be coming up in the final as well, just while we wait for this one to get underway. Because in the final coming up, we're going to be having Francesco Capuzzo, Axel Gerard, Angel Granda, Tituan Galea, Alain Fedit, Julien Ratotti, Chucho Nonot, and Julio Gasparini. They're going to be in the elimination number 5 final. I bet the riders quite enjoy this little moment, don't they? Just to relax, get some energy back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a moment to wait for that flag to drop. The sequence is a little bit different. It goes to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes after a general recall. So it's just, there's a lot of nuances that you learn in racing, and it's very overwhelming to start racing early. Like, most people don't even use a watch to start, and then you learn what you end up doing is when you see a Tituan Galea or a Boyer brother or a Francesco make the turn and accelerate, you follow them. Then you kind of get better at understanding the flag system and getting your own watch, setting the timer correctly. So it's all a process. So there's the yellow flag, less than 1 minute to go.
Yeah, there it is now. So riders now getting back up on towards their foils, and they'll start getting in the right position because they all want to be crossing that line when that green flag goes up at exactly the right moment. So definitely a big tactical side here to the start, and we've seen, especially over from yesterday, how important these starts are. If you can come out the gates at the right time, then and be in that leading position, it does put you in a very, very nice, place in the grid to have quite a successful run. Who is it going to be in this one? I wonder who I'm going to put my money on. I think Bastien Escofet's definitely got to be up there.
I agree. Bastien, Malo is very fast. We have not seen the true speed from Malo yet. An interesting side note to one of the early, eliminations yesterday is Bastien's wing was having a technical difficulty before the start. And Malo, being a good teammate, and Bastien being the points leader, he switched wings with him.
Yep.
So Malo took the deflated wing and actually let Bastien qualify and move forward. So, that's what you have when Gong has this new thing called a super team, and that's what you do. You share equipment and help each other out. So that was a really neat story, I thought, from the beach, hearing about that Malo would sacrifice his race for Bastien.
No, it's nice when you're teammates. It's quite a nice community out here. Everyone gets along quite well on and off the water. But very, very shortly, this is going to be getting underway. I reckon that green flag is going to be shined very soon, because you can see there are the riders on the right-hand side of your screen just tacking around now, gaining some speed. So here we go. This is going to be the start now, as when that yellow flag goes up, it means we just have under 2 minutes, because it's 1 minute in freestyle, 2 minutes for slalom, as you can now see, starting to make their way towards that start line. Amazing shot here from the drone. Who's going to come out first and cross the boat? Are we going to see a clean start? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm not sure about that start. Are we going to see the general recall flag go up? At the moment, the green is staying, and it's looking like
Noe is
going to be out in front.
Ah, boy, that was very close. From our angle, I'm not sure. You can usually tell when the riders start peeling off, and they aren't. So I think the boat gave it to them.
Yeah, we're in now. We're in sequence, and you can see that it is Noe who's currently leading the pack here. And a couple of the Gong riders just there, Malo with the green helmet. And that is going to be Ricardo Zorzi as well. That is battling with Noe.
And there's Oscar Leclerc up there on the Voyou. The two Gong riders. There's McDonald. It looks like Ricardo's catching Noe a little bit in the pumping section. The Italian is very fast racing these days. He also had a really amazing freestyle start. He did a Rad 7, which was super impressive.
Yeah, no, he scored very well for that as well. And Oscar Leclerc now making up some ground, bumping his way into 4th position. It looks like Julien Ratotti is just in front of his teammate Malo for 4th. But it's this man out in front on your screen, Noe, who is leading. Ricardo hunting as well and actually gaining some great ground there, catching the right swell, bumping his way up into 1st position. This is a nice bit of free fly.
Yeah, the riders are having fun out there. Sometimes, like in Le Cat, when there's no wind and it's just so hard to pump, etc. Oh, look, it looked like Ricky missed that mark. So he's tacking. Oh, that's too bad. He just got a little bit too far downwind and had to do a tack and jumped right behind Malo.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself after that one. But he's managed to just squeeze his way back into that, I believe, 4th position. There is Oscar Leclerc just doing the old switcheroo as he comes around the last mark. And it's going to be Oscar, if he can keep it together, that's going to cross the line first. Noe is going to be in 2nd. Ricardo actually managing to gain some ground again, but still he's going to be kicking himself for that cheap error.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't get the right swell, or you're trying to... oh, look at this. That's a strong finish with Malo and Ricky. Malo can be super fast when he wants. I know he's probably trying to conserve a little bit of energy for the freestyle starting tomorrow. But that was a good race.
Yeah, that was nice to see. So before we head over to the main final of elimination number 5, let's throw it back to some of those highlights. And welcome back, everybody. And we are coming up next with the final of elimination number 5. Chris, who are the players?
Oh, boy, this is a big one. Francesco Capuzzo, Axel the Axe Gerard, Angel Granda, Tituan Galea, Alain Fedit, Julian Ratotti, Chucho Nuno, and Don Julio Gasparini.
Don Julio, I like the way you've done that. It's got a nice little ring to it, hasn't it?
Liam, I got one for you. I'll give you Tituan or the field.
I'm going to go. I think Capuzzo has got it.
Okay. So I got Tituan, you got the field.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Well, here we go. They're all just sort of hovering around the committee boat.
Yeah,
so it looks like there's been a general recall, which we may have just missed. As we can see, they're all starting to circulate around the sports boat.
Tituan is riding away, so he may have jumped it.
Oh, if so, then I'm the winner and you're not.
Well.
Let's see how this one fares. Try and get some information sent to me right now with exactly what's happening. But there he is, Tituan, making his way back. Just under 25 knots there at the moment. That's what it's reading, but we've been in the booth for the last hour or so. But I'm just getting a little bit of information from our colleagues, and I can see that the AP flag is up, but it's Ratotti. That might be the one that's out.
We'll take a look at him on the left.
Yeah, he was
just
DSQ.
complaining.
There you go,
Look.
DSQ. We've seen that now.
Yep, he's pissed. Now, we didn't see why. There's a number of things. More than likely, he jumped the start, but it also could be that he was in the front of the start triangle. Do you remember that rule, Liam?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what's happened. So AP flag is up, but then in 1 minute, we're going to be going over to the red flag. And that gives us a few more minutes, and those riders will start to get ready. Then the sequence goes yellow flag, which is just under 2 minutes to go. And these riders will be able to get away. So I guess that's one less rider that they've all got to worry about now. The likes of Francesco Capuzzo, Axel Gerard, Tituan. will probably be quite happy with that. They've got one less person to worry about.
Yeah, Rattati's been fast. I have not seen him at a GWA event before, and he definitely has proven to be one of the faster gong riders out there.
So just waiting for that red flag to go up. You can see there the white and the red flag on that committee boat. That is just an AP flag. So hence why these riders aren't, you know, getting too excited just yet. Once that flag goes down, the red goes up, you'll see them all take to their feet, get back on the foil and start positioning themselves where they want to be crossing the start line. And hopefully we can see a nice clean start as well. We won't see another general recall and get underway with this elimination 5 final, where that guy there with the orange helmet, Mr. Francesco Capuzzo, he is going to be determined to take the win here.
Yeah, Francesco needs to try and put a dent in Tituan's armor right now. I think he probably thought he had the New Caledonian yesterday when Tituan got last in the first race, but Tituan just, in typical Galea fashion, the guy is so laid back and, oh, Chris, I missed my flight. I missed the first day. It's like, it just works out for the guy. He's, you know, I remember this story, Liam, where we picked him up from the airport in Maui, and he had lost his passport in the morning. And he'd left it on the curb or something, or it had fallen out of his backpack. And someone had, you know, left it at the airport desk for him, and he found it. It's just, the guy is like, he just has this kind of charmed existence. And yesterday, he went in the wrong heat and then proceeds to casually just win the next 3 races.
Yeah, he's a very talented water man, I should say, because he does it all. He keeps himself busy on the wing foiling, but also we see him compete on the kite surf calendar as well. He rips and dips on a kite. He's also comes from a pretty solid windsurfing background. So normally when Francesco comes to locations like this, especially Pozo, he's getting his windsurfing gear out. But this time, he's switching it up for the wing.
Yeah, I see the determination in Francesco. He's always to these contests a week or 2 weeks early. He's getting used to the spot. You know, he's so fast on the racing, and I think if he can just put it together in a few of these final events, you know, he has a very strong chance of being the champion this year, and that's, I know, what one of his main goals is. But the other players, Alon, I mean, he's so consistent.
This year, yeah, for sure.
Bastian and Tituan, I mean, those guys are the front runners so far. I know Tituan is backing off a little bit on the freestyle side of things and focusing more on racing and big wave riding. I mean, he's known worldwide for, you know, going to Mauritius and Jaws, and, you know, we rode La Perouse with him 2 years ago on Maui, and it was like quadruple overhead, and he made it seem like it was ankle biters to him.
Yeah, we see him compete on the wave, and that's a great thing that we have now with the Wingfoiling World Tour as well. This year, brand new for 2023, we have introduced a new discipline in regards to the wave riding, and boy did we score on our first ever event. You know, Cape Verde overhead height waves. I mean, your boy Chris McDonald in training took a little bit of got swallowed up whole, didn't he, by the break of Punta Preta?
Yeah, Punta Preta was amazing. I mean, it was such like a groundbreaking event, and there was so much nervous, anxious energy. You know, the week before, everyone was training and no one was going out at Punta Preta because they had the kite contest, which, you know, the kite contest in itself was dreamy. So we got the red flag up. So I believe after a general recall flag is up, that's only 2 minutes. It's either 2 or 3 minutes to go till the start of this. So
yeah, we're very, very close to starting. That's one thing for sure.
We're right there.
So this is now where you can see there's no riders now round by the boat because they're all sort of circling just below the start line, getting ready to go. Who's going to be crossing that line first? We've got, let's just go through the riders once again. If you just tuned in, we've got Francesco Capuzzo. He's going to be on the number 33, riding for RRD. Axel Gerard, who is AFS rider. Angel Glanda, he's going to be out there on the Ocean Rodeo. Tituan Galea riding for Cabrina. Alan Fedit, number 69. He's also one of the AFS riders. We have Julian Ratotti, who has actually been disqualified, so he's not going to be in this final. Chucho Nonot is the guy riding for North. And then out there on the blue and white NSYS wing, that's going to be Julio Gasparini. So one less rider for these finalists to worry about. And then they'll be shortly getting underway as the yellow flag now goes up. So just under 2 minutes. It's windy out there. You can see the Red Bull windsock just, you know, I mean, it's fully loaded. It's pretty much, our wind's picking up now, 20, just below 27 knots. So it is shaping up to be good. I do think we're going to see windier conditions than what we had yesterday.
Yeah, it's not 20 knots, Liam. It's like 35 knots. that I don't know where that wind sensor is, but it's not correct. It's nuking. Absolutely, like blowing buildings over. You know, your hat flies off no matter how tight it is. It is crazy windy. In the athlete's tent, the thing is shaking.
Yeah, it is,
so
isn't it?
windy.
Can't get any peace in the athlete's tent, especially when you're having lunch. It feels like it's going to take off.
Well, I mean, if you had some earplugs, it would sure help. But there we see the yellow flag, this first elimination of the day. It's elimination number 5. The plan is to run 3 today, which will allow the riders to have 1 more discard. So that would be 7 complete races for 2 days of racing, but only your top 5 will count. So someone like Bastien Escoffier, who did not make this first final here, this is hopefully going to be his discard.
So here we go. You can see now all of our riders there quite far downwind of the start boat. They'll soon do the tack around, because any moment now, within probably the next 30 seconds, we're going to see that green flag go up. So this is a really, just as important as the course itself is this start. They want to be crossing that start line at the exact moment. And here we go. Locked and loaded, yet to begin. When is the green flag going to get raised? Are they going to be able to time it well? Is anyone else going to be disqualified? Here we go, Chris. Who's it going to be? Ooh. Are we going to see Francesco, Titouan, or are we going to see someone different? 3, 2, 1,
oh,
yes.
Clean.
Looks like a clean start.
That's Alain Fadit. So I have Titouan in the field, so I might owe you a Red Bull right now. And that's Francesco. But again, Titouan is kind of like Nia, where it doesn't matter where she starts. He sneaks on in there. And with 3 bullets yesterday, he's in a commanding lead for this event. Let's see what happens on the first pumping leg. Oh, look at Titouan going really wide. That's
taking a different approach.
Very interesting.
And it looked like maybe there was a slight lull in the wind as well. We saw a lot of the riders just sort of try and pump a little bit more power into their wing. But Titouan here going for the wider approach. He is chasing now 4th position. And look at this from Chucho.
Alain having a problem.
Chucho grabbing a great little set of the rolling swell there. It's Mr. Capuzzo now in a nice lead. Wow. As he has to now try and keep it together. But the likes of Titouan and Alan don't take anything away from them, because they can keep it all together. But Titouan now in 4th position, Alan 3rd, Chucho 2nd, Francesco in 4th. Also Axel Gerard there, the youngster, in 5th place. But it's this guy on your screen now riding for RRD, who has quite a nice commanding lead. If he can keep it together now, it's going to be his to lose. It's Francesco's to lose. He's looking for another win.
Yeah, the Italian stallion absolutely dominated that first section of the course, the pumping leg. Now he's sheeted in. Right now he's just taking big breaths. He's talking to himself. He's like, come on, man, keep it together. He's doing great. Look at this final jibe is the hardest one, especially after you've had a few crashes yesterday. You didn't sleep that well because you were thinking about your mistakes. And here he goes. Oh, look at Titouan sneaking into 2nd. Mr. Galea, come on, man. I took you against the field.
Okay, well, it's a win for Francesco. He's going to be pumped. Who's going to be crossing the line 2nd? Alan Fredit. And it looks like Axel Gerard might have also taken 3rd. But look at Francesco. I mean, he's not trying to get wind in that wing. He is pumped up after that. Elimination 5 victory for, as you always refer to, Chris, the Italian stallion. Let's go and have a little look at the highlights, because what a final we just had. Amazing there. Elimination number 5, well and truly wrapped up now for the men. And it's none other than Francesco Capuzzo. He is going to be pumped on that win, Chris.
Yeah, you saw him shaking his wing at the end. That's kind of like the Italian emotion we love to see from those guys. I have to say, all the Italians, Don Julio, Ricky, they get so passionate about winging and racing in general. It's always super cool to see, like, the whole family's cheering them on. I'm sure the beach was going nuts when Francesco took that win. And you know what? He's tightening it up with Galilea. I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe Tituan's 3 wins yesterday aren't going to hold up. So Capuzzo now with his first bullet of the competition.
Elimination number 10 now for the women free fly slalom. Nia Suarez comfortably out in the lead at the moment. Oran Cerise, Bo van der Linden, and Sofia Marchetti. Mar Diaz, Viola Lipsic, Laura Meyer, and Elena Moreno. Agata Blach, Flora Artsneer, who won elimination number 9. Maria Behrens, Isabel Trevino. And the last 2 to make up the fleet, Lucia Trevino and Kylie Belouve. So there we go, elimination number 10 now for the women. And it is time to get underway. Nice little shot of some of the other riders that we have here. You know, just some of the windsurfers are here on holiday, just enjoying this fantastic location down here in Gran Canaria, Pozo. But is that a recall flag as well? Having quite a few recalls this morning. Just some of our riders just a little bit too eager to get involved.
Yeah, after the riders had their day of warming up yesterday, now everybody's competing pretty hard. They're really going for it. You know, this has traditionally been windsurfing only here, and it's actually pretty darn cool that we've been able to kind of coexist. Because, Liam, the PWA was here all last week, so they had the beach closed down for the pro windsurfing tour for, I think it was like 12 days. That looks like we got a green flag.
It does. Maybe we were wrong there, and just sometimes the angle can be a little bit challenging for us. But once again, it's Flora who is taking the lead and having a nice start to elimination number 10.
All right, look at Flora. Come on, Flora. I want to see you snatch one from Nia. You can do this. There she is. She's in some nice swell. Looks like we got a gust of about 26. That's a lot of wind, and I'm telling you that meter is 10 knots or more. There she goes. She's keeping it going.
Yeah,
there's Nia and Orain and Bo. So these are kind of the 4 leaders of the tour right now, on the freestyle and the racing side. These girls are always swapping positions.
Flora there getting a great start. We've also got in second position now Nia. Nia's going to be a little bit cheesed off, I guess. She hasn't had the best start to today. The new course, maybe just trying to still get used to it as these elimination rounds, you know, start to play. She does have a lot of, you know, as we say, bullets, which, you know, AKA victories on the eliminations that she has so far. But Flora really sort of finding her groove today, finding her mojo.
So, Liam, I'm going to have to take that word back to the United States. Did you just say cheesed off?
Yeah, I did.
So what? So that means she's irritated? Or?
Yeah, it's like a polite irritated, a little bit cheesed off, you know.
Okay.
So I'll let you put that one in your back
I
pocket.
like that. I'm going to use that sometime in the next 4 days. So Nia is cheesed off right now. I'm not sure if it's cheddar or Gouda or whatever it might be, but oh, she's catching her. Here it goes. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Flora. Yep, she's going to cut her on the inside. Ooh, so I don't know if you could see that at home, but Nia almost caught the rope on that Red Bull buoy. She cut it so close, her foil underwater we almost saw Nia go over the bars. But the team from Tarifa kept it together, and I don't know if Flora is going to be able to hang on.
No, I don't think so. But it just shows you there Nia's sort of fierce, competitive spirit there. She was not letting anything go. You know, although she has, you know, I think it was 6 or 7 elimination wins yesterday, you know, in a very comfortable position today and just needs to sort of keep it together. But clearly loves winning.
Yeah, she's, you know, she's getting faster and faster. Her equipment's getting better and better. And, you know, I don't know who's going to challenge her right now. I mean, Flora gave her a run right there. We can't see the official results. Sometimes it's hard to tell from this booth, but Flora put up a good fight there. So, and same with Orain and Bo. Orain's getting faster and faster, I've noticed. You know, I know she trains with Alan a lot, so she's definitely picking it up. And Bo, you know, she's our 2022 Freestyle World Champion, so she's got some competitive game too.
Another elimination round there wrapped up for the women, and it's great to just keep firing through some of this free fly slalom action. Before we head over to the men, I was fortunate enough to catch up with one of the riders, Max Robinson, who had some really nice nitty-gritty stuff to say. Max Robinson joining me down here in Pozo. Max, firstly, it must be fantastic to come to a location like this and, compete in conditions.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've always dreamed about coming to this place when I was younger. I think maybe when I was 14, 15, I started watching the live stream here for the windsurfing competitions. And, always dreaming about coming down here windsurfing, but here I am actually winging and loving every second of it.
Are you jealous of watching the windsurfers out, or is it full focus on the wing when you're competing?
Watching Balls out there, it's been pretty awesome, actually. He's doing some things that, again, I've only dreamed of doing, but, I'm stoked to be out there wingfoiling and, going huge, man. I mean, we have like 35, 40 knots every day, and I'm seeing things I've never seen from my teammates and everybody else on tour. It's been absolutely incredible.
And you're one of the riders as well. We have a GWA Riders Committee, so it's quite an active committee. We like to, try and push the sport to new heights and develop the sport. So just how important, letting everyone watching at home, is that committee and, helping take wingfoiling to new heights?
Well, I would say, especially recently, it's been quite important. We really tried to push innovation into the sport recently. And the main thing that we did was basically start to, how do I put this? We started to give more points basically to people doing new moves. And so now you see on the water, guys are trying to do things like backflips into 360s, 1080s are a thing now. Even the combos as well are more highly rewarded. And that's something that we on the committee really wanted to push, because we didn't want to just see the same 3 tricks by all the riders on tour. So I'm really stoked to see that, and this event has really showcased that to a whole nother level.
Well, the aim of the game today, all about free fly slalom. Best of luck with that.
Thank you, man.
And yeah, very much good luck.
Cheers, Liam.
Chris, give us your thoughts on that. I mean, talking about innovation and the sort of Max's. We have a GWA committee, a factor of riders, and we keep it very active and hopefully, able to push the sport into, the right direction.
Liam, what Max just said is very true. Max is one of the leaders on tour. He's one of the senior guys. I mean, I know he's still under 30. He just switched to the Gong Super Team. He's the leader there. And, he's so passionate about winging that it's really cool that, the Riders Committee is pushing. And LeCat was disruptive is the word that I would use. Like, a lot of the riders were prepared with some really good innovation, but a lot of the riders weren't. And we saw some crazy results in LeCat. Malo and Christopher were both eliminated because they didn't have the innovation moves. Here we are coming up on elimination number 11 for the ladies. Nia Suardiaz, Oren Cerise, Bo Vanderlinden, Sofia Marchetti, Mar de Ars, Viola Lipsch, Laura Mayer, Elena Moreno, Agatha Black, Flora Artsner, Maria Behrens, Isabel Trevino, her sister Lucia Trevino, and Kylie Boulevra.
So those are the riders that are soon going to be taking center stage for elimination number 11, I believe, now for the women.
And while down here on the beach, Francesco.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get fully involved in the next women's round. Oh, sorry, women's elimination, excuse me. 25 knots, yellow flag is up in the sky, so we have just under 2 minutes now remaining. And look at that, hitting the 30 knots. Soon to be the green flag. Is Nia Suardiaz going to get another win and snatch it from Flora, or can Flora keep it together and take another win? Let's see. Or is it going to be someone else, the likes of Viola? Is it going to be Oran? Is it going to be Kylie? Maybe Bo van der Linden will come in and sneak a victory. Let's wait and see, because up next as well, we're going to have them. Then we're going to be moving on to men's elimination number 6. Local time here, 12:36, as here we have our ladies. Green flag goes up. Looks to be a good start. And it's Flora there on the slingshot green that's come out very fast, very quick, gaining some nice ground over the rest of the pack. Flora Artsner leading this elimination. It looks like Nia Suardiaz in second place and Bo van der Linden in third, as now coming towards this pumping track. There we go. You can see the rider letting loose with the wing. Important on these pumping tracks that these riders don't use any power from the wing. They have to completely rely and try and time that swell to absolute perfection. We have 2 pumping tracks on this course, and this is the first. You can see here Flora demonstrating quite nicely the use of the foil. And it's amazing to see how this equipment has developed over the years, and since we've had the introduction of foils within the sports like kiting and windsurfing and wingfoiling. But right now, Free-Fly-Slalom is the name of the game. Flora Artsner is the current leader in this elimination number 11 for the women, as she starts to come to the second pumping track now. So pumping track 1 and pumping track 2 very close together, actually. Definitely wanted to keep some momentum going in the straight, as Flora still the current leader here. Important to also know, nearly sort of trying to keep it all together. If they do come off the foil during the pumping track, they are allowed to use and engage the wing once again. As you can see now, just coming out, Flora getting back involved with the wing, powering up, has a nice commanding lead. But we know Nia Suardiaz can be very fast on the straight, so still don't put anything past her, as Flora now coming around the last mark in this course. And now the other riders just finishing off that second part of the pumping track. Around Cerise there on the right, but it's this lady on your screen, Flora Artsner, who is going to be taking the win. And yes, that is Flora's win there, going straight over to the boat. Victory for Flora, and maybe Nia will be in second place. We'll wait for confirmation. But an exciting race there for the women. They tick off yet another elimination round. Up next, men's elimination number 6. Just trying to get an overall result standing as well so far from the event rankings. Let's have a little look. So far, still Tito Angalea is in first position. but I don't think we've had the update yet from elimination number 5. Yes, we have. But here are your heat highlights. Nice to fire there through some more women's free fly action. As you can see, I've lost my companion Chris, but we were able to catch up with Francesco Capuzzo. Joe managed to catch up with the Italian stallion on his recent elimination win.
Thanks a lot, Liam. Well, down here on the beach, Francesco Capuzzo just took the win here in elimination number 5. Looks like you had your eggs this morning, mate.
Yeah, actually, it's exactly the same as yesterday morning. The first elimination is the one that I take with more anxiety, how you say. And I was like shaking. I think the wind was a bit light now actually up there. I was on my 3.5. I said, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And I tried to play smart. Start good, looking for the wave. Sometimes I was going a bit further to just get the right wave. And actually in the final, everything worked perfect. I got a good wave with Alan at the beginning. I heard him crashing. And I said, okay, I don't need to crash. And then on the second pumping, I just wait for the wave and just came straight down to the mark, making sure that nobody can pass me inside like yesterday with T1. And once I did the last pumping, I looked back and I saw the big lead. So I said, okay, now I just not need to crash. And just went through to the finish, and I was like, okay, so I still can do it.
Well, there you have it, the strategy of a champion here. You do not want to crash. Liam, back to you.
Cheers, Joe. Thank you very much there. Just with Francesco Capuzzo, getting a nice live interview for everyone at home, getting their thoughts from the Italian there, and very interesting to sort of hear his ins and outs. And he's had a good start to the day, exactly the same start as yesterday for him, actually. He won the first elimination round. And then now he's had a similar start, winning the first elimination round of day number 3. But up next, elimination number 6, heat number 1. Chucho Nonot, Angel Glanda, Malo Guenole, Christopher MacDonald, Max Robinson, who we heard from just a few short moments ago, Ancor Sosa, Eitami Rodriguez, and Bowles Muller. So those are the next 8 riders coming your way. As we now enter elimination number 6, the plan for today is to get all the way up to elimination number 7, finish that as well, and then we'll be able to discard 2 results for our male riders. Day number 3 here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Gran Canaria. We're in Pozo, a very, very famous spot. I mean, it pretty much blows from sunrise to sunset, so we're treated to prime, optimal conditions here. As you can see our drone in the sky there, just showing you the beautiful scenery that is here in the Canaries. Very, very fortunate to be here, to have such good conditions provided to all our riders. Joe, welcome to the studio. First time today, but you managed to catch up with Francesco Capuzzo there. He clearly has a smile on his face and a very similar start to the day today as he had yesterday.
Yeah, no, exactly what he said. You know, he's ready to rumble. He said he had got a good start, was able to go through there. Elimination number 1 already. You know, he's got 1. He now has this one, so that's 2 eliminations for him. Tituan still has 3 eliminations, but of course, let's not forget we did 4 total yesterday, so that's that discard. So now it starts to really get interesting. Now in this elimination, we're really going to see the difference. Can Francesco win another one, meaning that it would completely start to get packed in? As the idea is to go through 7 eliminations in this competition, meaning that they will have 2 discards. Anything can happen. Unfortunately, Bastien Escoffet hasn't really performed here in Pozo Izquierdo. He did come in here as the overall leader on the free fly slalom, but wasn't able to get it going. But hey, you know, it's a long year. There's a lot of events. It isn't just about winning one. It is about having the best results over the year. That's what makes a champion. But we'll have to see, as he didn't look very happy out there.
Definitely not very happy. I mean, going into the small final straight away is not where Bastien wanted to be. But he's got a little bit of work to do. He is the current free fly slalom rankings leader. So he's had a good start to the year, both competing in New Zealand and Leucate. We had New Zealand right at the start of the year. I think it was at the end of January or beginning of February. And then we went over to Leucate around April time. And now this is the third event of the year here in Gran Canaria. And we're very happy to be here. It's exciting stuff. More free fly slalom coming your way for the remainder of the day. And we still have some big air and some surf freestyle action as well for this competition. But that sort of stuff will happen over the next following days. Forecasts are still super strong. I mean, I always keep looking at the forecast here, but now I've realized that I don't actually have to. It pretty much blows all day. And the start of this elimination number 6, heat number 1, is underway. Looks like it's going to be a clean start. Green flag goes up in the sky. Let's have a little look at who is in this elimination round. The likes of Chucho Nonot, Angel Glanda, Malo Guanole, Christopher McDonald, Max Robinson, Ancor Sosa, Aitami Rodriguez and Baus Muller are all in here, and it looks like Angel Glanda is taking a nice lead.
Yeah, the local Canarian athlete coming out here who did very well in the previous elimination as well, making his way into the final. And now you can see the guys free flying it all the way down. This is when they're using the rollers, using the waves. And look at that, quite a few riders on that second one there. And then Christopher McDonald in amongst the mix as well. But once again, it looks like Chucho Nunot there on the white mode from North did very well in that previous elimination. And now we're just waiting to see what is going to be happening on this one as we are waiting for results there. But still, Angel, good competition for him so far, because up with the world's best and proving why local knowledge is key.
For sure. I mean, we've seen local knowledge from the likes of someone like Liam Dunkerbeck as well, who's also in this competition. He's one of the local boys, big on the windsurf side of things, and also competing here for the GWA. And his local knowledge is proving an advantage as well. But it's this guy on your screen, Angel, who is leading, and Chucho. I've got to say it, Chucho has a great start to this competition.
All right, so here we have it. Angel again in first position. We've got Chucho Nunot in second. And that looks like, if I'm not mistaken, who is that going to be? Man, I'm going to let yet green helmet. Oh, going down on the boy there. That looked like Anchor Sosa, meaning that it's going to be Angel. Malo having a little bit of a jump, Chucho. And that's going to be Christopher McDonald there with the V3 and the yellow helmet. So waiting for confirmation, but it looks like those four are into semi-final number 1. Let's have a little look-see at the highlights from that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. And there you can see the wind is here and Pozo Izquierdo is firing. We just did heat number 1 of elimination number 6 of the men. And now we are going to be going into heat number 2. Let's have a little look at who are our players. All right, so Alan Fedit, Giulio Gasperini, Noé Cuyala, and Solon Gao. Benjamin May, Paul Arsner, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Liam Dunkerbeck. That is going to be heat number 2 out there on the water. All right, so we're getting ready to go here as we have this elimination coming towards us, elimination number 6. Let's have a little look-see. They're cruising around as we're just trying to get some information on where they're at. It looks like we might have a general recall. Let's see if we can get a camera on the committee boat, please. Let's see if that drone can go to the boat so we can see. Yep, general recall. So general recall here for this heat. All right, well, while we're waiting to see what happened here with that general recall, we caught up with Alan Fedit earlier this morning. Let's have a little look-see at what he had to say here for day number 3.
Down here with Alan. Alan, early doors, you're setting up your kit. You must be feeling pretty good after a second place finish yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we managed to do 4 races, so it was super cool, super strong wind. So I will set up the same gear that yesterday and try to keep the best for today.
And some heavy hitters, Francesco, Tituan, Bastian, some really, really good slalom, free-fly slalom going on. But conditions today, maybe even going to be stronger. That's the talk of the talk. Is that in your favor, or would you like it to be a little bit lighter?
Yeah, it's better than nothing, so for sure. But when we have like 30, 35, 40 knots, it's really cool to fight against everyone. So that's super challenging. There are a huge wave. The pumping track is super long, so it's kind of downwinding. And so that's super cool. So yeah, nuclear condition. Let's try on the 2.8 maybe, racing on the 2.8 like the Defi wins. So that would be really, really extreme.
Well, hopefully we'll see you out there on the 2.8. Sure. But also, you know, you're here doing surf freestyle as well. Free-fly-slalom, surf-freestyle, where's your sort of head more focused at? Or is it just you want to do as best as you possibly can in both?
Yeah, when you're at one place, just do everything that you can do. So free-fly-slalom or freestyle, it's closely the same. You're on the foil and with a wing in the hands, so let's go. Keep the best.
Love to hear it. Well, best of luck today, and look forward to seeing you on the water.
And there we can see a little bit of the vibes there from Alan Fedit. This guy always has a smile on his face. Let's have a look and see where he is at the moment. Alan Fedit currently in 2nd position. He finished 2nd in every single elimination except from that elimination number 4 yesterday. So very, very consistent athlete out there. We are now going to be going into elimination number 6. As we are just waiting for the guys to go on. And coming up, we will have heat number 2 coming up to you here on the water. Let's bring up the graphic for the players one more time here, heat number 2. All right, so there we can see Alan Fedit, who we just caught up with this morning, was there on screen. Giulio Gasperini, Noé Cuyala, Solon Gao, Benjamin May, Paul Arsner, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Liam Dumperbeck. As it looked like we had a few over earlies, but the yellow flag in the air So we are ready to go. Less than 2 minutes to the start of this heat number 2. All right, so it looks like it was Jeremy Rodriguez who had a premature start. That's what happened there. So he is out, and Liam Dunkerbeck did not start in this race. So try and get some info there on that, as we are just about to continue on for heat number 2, elimination number 6 of the men. Already had elimination number 5, Francesco Capuzzo taking the win. And there we can see no flag in the sky. Less than a minute to the start. That looks like, excuse me, it looks like that yellow flag. Kind of hard to see here from the drone. If I'm not mistaken, that would be the yellow flag. So less than 2 minutes for the start here of heat number 2, elimination number 6 of the men. Making their way into the semi-final, we already have Angel Grande Roque, the local, Chucho Nunot, Malo Guinole, Christopher McDonald. And in the final before, we saw Francesco Capuzzo taking the win. So now, here we are, elimination number 6. Looks like Noé Cuyala out there on the front. Down here on the bottom, we can see that is going to be Benjamin May with the duotone. Axel Alan-Fedit there in the middle with the white and the AFS. As we are starting to go, Giulio Gasperini currently in 4th position. Now it's time to get to that free fly section. So on the right-hand side with the red, that is Alan-Fedit. Left-hand side with the black and the green, that is Christopher McDonald. Behind them with the duotone, that is Benjamin May from Germany. And a little bit of a glimpse there we saw Giulio Gasperini. And coming in behind him, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Solon Gao. So there he is. Noé Cuyala, your current leader, as he makes his way towards that second pumping section, number 38. Coming all the way from Corsica, very talented young man. And there we have Alan Fedit. So there's a good view as they're just cruising. Alan getting on the same bump as Noé. So now changing it up. Alan Fedit in 1st place, but Noé is now going to be trying to get on that inside. Can he make it? No. Alan Fedit in 1st. Noé Cuyala in 2nd. Benjamin May going on the inside there in 3rd. But it is that man. And you can see Giulio Gasperini there in 4th place. As they make their way to that final mark. A little high, a little saying a little hey there for Alan. Happy as he knows he is just about to get across the line, meaning he is going to win this heat number 2. So Alan Fedit in 1st position, Noé Cuyala in 2nd, Giulio Gasperini in 3rd, and Benjamin May in 4th. Awaiting confirmation, but those are the top 4 men going across the line, looking like they will be making their way into the semi-final. And while we're waiting, let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. So now waiting to go into heat number 3. And coming up in this heat number 3, we have Bastien Escoffet. Now, we caught up with him earlier in this morning. He is the overall leader, but not having the best contest. Let's have a little look, see what he had to say.
Bastien joins me here. Bastien, good day for you yesterday, day number 2, but it's day 3 today. It's a refresh, a clean slate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, yesterday was hard. I had a few crashes. Today I changed a bit my setup, and I hope it's going to be alright. It's really windy already. I think it's windier than yesterday, so it's going to be fun action.
Just talk everyone through, if you did tune in yesterday, probably one of the biggest crashes I think we've ever seen in free-fly slalom. I mean, what was going through your head? You must have thought that that was game over.
Yeah, it was for sure the scariest crash I ever had. Like, I saw Caputo like right above me, and he came in between my board and me, so yeah, it was scary.
And your thoughts on the course today? Excited for a slight little alteration out there?
Yeah, well, we're going to have a port tax course now, so we'll see.
Best of luck today, mate.
And there you can see Bastien Escoffet, a very big and close crash out there yesterday, but looking like he's back on form now. Elimination number 6 on the water. He is coming up next. Let's go out to the action and see how the French leader is so far. All right, so we're getting ready, and let's have a look at the players coming up in this heat number 3. So Axel Gerard, Tito Angalea, Ricardo Zorzi, Bastien Escoffet, Luca Gasperini, Vinicius Martins, Lasse Harbesek, and Julien Boyer. Those are the men that are going to be getting ready there for heat number 3, as we are just about to go into sequence, as we can see the flags in the air. And there it is, green flag here for heat number 3. All right, let's have a look if it's a clean start. Making their way along. Let's see who makes it to that next buoy. It looks like Axel Gerard out there in front. Tito Angalea is going to be in 2nd position. Also, we can see Ricardo Zorzi there in the white and the blue. And behind him is going to be on the gong. That is going to be Bastien Escoffet. So it is the youngster. The Axe is your first place so far. All right, so Axel Gerard here in 1st position. 2nd position looking like in between Tito Angalea, and that is going to be Ricardo Zorzi and Bastien Escoffet, if I'm not mistaken. So that is your top 4. And going down hard there, if I'm not mistaken, that was going to be Luca Gasperini, excuse me, number 68. As we continue on here Next heat's going to be heat number 4. Let's see the highlights of that heat number 3. And welcome back, everybody, as we just saw there, heat number 3, elimination number 6. And coming up next, we are going to be continuing on. The idea today is to get through 7 elimination of the men here for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour in Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria. Now, earlier this morning, my co-commentator Liam Dredge caught up with Tituan Galea, who came into this 3rd day of competition leading the free-fly slalom. Let's see what he had to say.
Starting things off nicely here with our current leader of the event, Tituan Galea. Day number 3, you must be feeling good after yesterday's performance.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to be back leading one event so far, and yeah, I look forward for today. It looks it's going to be the same condition as yesterday with pretty strong wind, so yeah, I hope to keep the lead.
And just talk through the course yesterday. There's going to be a slightly different course today, but did you enjoy the elements that yesterday's course had to offer?
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to have a venue with such strong wind and also wave. Like the downwind part was making really some sense yesterday. Like we were really surfing the downwind part, so that was fun.
And I was speaking as well to Bastian and Francesco. They're hungry, they're chasing you. What's your response to that?
Well, I will try just to keep the lead. I mean, they did some mistake yesterday, and yeah, I hope maybe they do some more today. We'll see.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you crack on. Best of luck today. Thanks very much.
All right, so here we have heat number 4. As we can see, Francesco Capuzzo, who is the winner of that elimination number 5, has 2 underneath his belt. Julian Rototti, who is actually disqualified for being inside the triangle. Oscar Leclerc, Camille Boyer, Luca Viomet, Clement Hamon, Lilian Yupet, and Marino Hill, the windsurf maestro, who came 2nd out of the bat, only 19 years of age, and was 2nd in the Windsurfing World Cup back there from last week. And you can see that wind is starting to pick up as they are so far out. Our camera's on full zoom, having a little bit of a wiggle and a wobble. All right, so here we have heat number 4, just cruising and perusing, getting ready to go. And you can look at the color of that water. We have white horses all the way along, and the wind is picking up. We have max gusts of 31.7, so plus 30 out there already. And it is only 10 past 1 local time. So Francesco Capuzzo is going to be going it back in the water. As I can see, if I'm not mistaken, that is the yellow flag, meaning less than 2 minutes to go. Francesco Capuzzo, Julien Ratotti, Oscar Leclerc, Camille Boyer, Luca Viemet, Clément Hamon, Lilian Juppé, and Marino Gil. They are going to be flying across the Canarian waters next, as we are making it here for the last heat of round number 1 of the men here, elimination number 6. There it is. There's that final no flag in the sky, meaning that we are very close, less than a minute to go. So let's have a little look-see as the athletes are starting to pack together, coming towards the starting line. Another one down here on the inside. That's going to be Juppé deciding to go on the upper side. And we're off. Let's see if we have a clean start. It does look like we have a clean start. So now, here we go. All right, so Francesco Capuzzo there on the bottom side. We can see there with the black and orange RD and the white helmet, that is Camille. Also out there, Clément Hamon on the black and green gong, currently in first position. Excuse me, that is going to be Julien Ratotti. So Julien Ratotti, Camille Boyer, and Lilian Juppé are your top 3 at the moment on this first free fly section. And we can see there we have Oscar Leclerc, Francesco Capuzzo gliding down. And now Capuzzo in second. So Camille Boyer in first, Francesco Capuzzo in second, Oscar Leclerc in third. And here we go for that second free fly section. Oh, nice bump there for Francesco. Camille riding one. Look at how he just makes a difference every time they go on a wave. Oscar Leclerc opening up a bit, but Francesco is looking for this roller as he makes his way around. So Camille is definitely in first position. Let's see who's going to be coming around in second and third. Let's not forget top 4 will make it through to their semi-final. And coming all the way down here to the boy. Okay, so Francesco Capuzzo in second position. First position, we have Camille Boyer. Third position is Oscar Leclerc. Here we have Camille. Nice moves as he goes around. So your winner, the French RD athlete, Camille Boyer. Second position is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. Third position is going to be Oscar Leclerc. And then it's going to be too close to towel in between Julien Ratotti, I could see there on the bottom side, Lilian Juppé. Just waiting for that info to come in as they will be joining Axel Girard, Titouan Galea, and Ricardo Zorzi, Bastien Escoffet in the next heat. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that one.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
All right, so here we can see semi-final number 1. Ángel Granda, Alan Fedit, Chucho Nunot, Noé Cuyala. Malo Guinole, Giulio Gasparini, Christopher McDonald, and Benjamin May. Those are the players coming out for this semi-final number 1. All right, so getting ready to go into action here for the first semi-final here. Elimination number 6 of the men. And there they're coming, no flags, less than a minute as they start to make their way towards us. So important moments out here on the water, because let's not forget Tituan and Galea has 3 wins, and then Francesco Capuzzo has 2. So here we have, it looks like we got a good start, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does look like we have a good start. So first, Ángel Granda Roque has a lot of experience there from windsurfing on the racing side. Thank you very much for that info there from Gunnar, joining us here on the stream. If you guys know anything more about the athletes, feel free to shout it out. If you want info about gear, anything, just add on the comments. We'll try and get back to you ASAP. And here we have also looking like Axel Gerard there in second place. No, excuse me, Alan Fedit there in second place. Also, I can see the duotone Benjamin May. And now just waiting, it looks like also Noé Cuyala there amongst in the mix. Let's see how they do as they come down this first free fly section. All right, so it is going to be Ángel. Oh, getting close over there. Alan Fedit. And it looked like Cuyala. I did think like it seemed like a black helmet. Chris is normally rocking a yellow helmet. We'll get confirmation on that. But currently in the lead, the Ocean Rodeo athlete, Ángel Granda Roque, your current leader, and Alan Fedit in second. And there is a battle out there for third and fourth. Let's not forget, top 4 will be making it into the final as these guys make their way down. Now, Alan starting to gain some speed here as they make their way to that final mark. Alan's going to try and go on the inside. You can see him starting to move around. They want to play it easy. Oh, he's got the upper heads. Can he get past him? Both of these guys will be making their way through, so they're not going to force it. But still, it looks like Ángel Granda Roque is going to be in first. Alan Fedit in second. And now, all right, that's what I call about just absolutely making your way across the line. Chucho Nunot. Gonna wait to see who is gonna be going in third and fourth position, as it looked like he caught up on the edge there. But definitely Angel Graderoque and Alan Fedit will be making their way through into the final. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
All right, so here we are going back into action as we continue on with semi-final number 2. Axel Girard, Camille Boyer, Titouan Galea, Francesco Capuzzo. There's a battle, those two. Ricardo Zorzi, Oscar Leclerc, Bastien Escofet, and Julien Ratotti. All right, so here we go, here we go. Semi-final number 2 coming our way. All right, so it looks like no flag in the skies. I can see the guys circling out there. So semi-final number 2 going to be coming our way. Here they come. All right, here we go. So it looks like Axel Girard up there in front. Is that going to be a clean start? It does look like it. So Axel Girard up there in front. Ratotti is going to be in there as well. I can see Bastien Escoffet in amongst the mix. So that is number 26. So Axel Gerard in first position. The Axe. We have in second position Bastien Escoffet. There we can see Oscar Leclerc. Also Francesco Capuzzo. Haven't seen Titouan Galea yet. So Francesco a little bit in front. Oh, if he can get onto that bump, it's going to be a good one. All right. They are pretty much on the same bumps here. As we can see, Francesco Capuzzo second. So we have Axel Gerard, Francesco Capuzzo, Bastien Escoffet, Camille Bouillet. Now this is where it's going to come down to it. Oh, these boys are going close. These boys are getting very close to each other. Wind speeds of already plus 36 knots, so it's already almost as windy as yesterday, and it is earlier, so it's looking like we're going to have windier conditions. Now Francesco Capuzzo pushing his way in there as he is in first. Axel in second. Titouan Galea is starting to really pick up the speed as he wants to get in to that grand final. He is going to have to be in the top 4. You see a wipeout out the back there as we make our way to this final mark. Titouan going for the inside line. Now Francesco's going to try and close him out if he can. Yes, he is. So here it is. Now this is what it's about. Semi-final. So it is going to be pushing his way forward. Axel Gerard looking like, well, definitely into the final. Axel Gerard, Titouan Galea, Francesco Capuzzo, and it looked like Camille Bouillet waiting for confirmation on that. But wow, these guys are flying out there on the water. As coming up next, we are going to be continuing on with another elimination of the women. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. All right, so coming up next, we now have elimination of the women coming out onto the water. Let's have a look at the faces and see who is going to be going out there. Nia Suarez, Oran Cerise, Baron van der Linden, Sofia Machetti, Made Acer, Viola Liptic, Laura Meyer, Elena Moreno, Agata Blanche, Flora Asner, Maria Behrens, and Isabel Triviño. Lucia Triviño and Kylie Bellew. Those are the athletes that are going to be flying around here in this elimination number 12. And we are almost at 40 knots here in Pozo Izquierdo. Hold on to your hats, put some stones in your pockets because it is blowing out there. I mean, look at those wind readings out there on the water. 37.4, we saw 39 before, so it's looking like we are getting to around 40 knots of wind down here in Gran Canaria. Now elimination number 12 on the women, just about to come out on the water. There you can see, getting ready to rumble. The ladies are almost at it as we continue on. Yes, those are the ladies having a little bit of confirmation. So AP flag is in the sky. AP flag is in the sky. So we are on standby until further notice. So competition is on standby right now as we have that AP flag in the sky. Just trying to get information in, and I tell you what, it is getting windy out there. The Canarian tornado in full steam ahead, and you can see it is hard to even get the cameras covered here as it is getting a little wobbly out there. But we continue on here. Day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Tour event, Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo for the very first time. And it's been non-stop action out here in the Canary Islands. All right, so here we are. Yellow flag in the sky. Elimination number 12 of the ladies. So far, it is Nia Suarez who's pretty much doing a clean sweep out there as she has won pretty much every single one out there. Let's have a little look-see. Nia has won every single one except for elimination number 8, where she got a 9th position. So now waiting for elimination number 9. Elimination number 12, so waiting for a little bit of an update on some of those. So yesterday it was that elimination number 8 that she got 9th, so she has won every single one after that. So very clearly in the lead. All right, so last minute, no flag in the boat. We can see from the eye in the sky here, our drone ready to rumble as we go into elimination number 12 of the women. And we can see our two cameramen, Antonio and Julian. Looks like they were having a little bit of a dance off there, either that or an Irish jig, enjoying themselves. And here we go. We can see our athletes coming towards the starting line. Let's see what is going to happen. All right, green flag, green flag. So on the top corner there with the duotone switch stance, that is Nia Suarez. We can also see Flora Asner in the green, pulling away, really starting to get the speed up, as she knows she has some groundwork to do if she wants to be getting past Nia Suarez. All right, so coming down, here we go. Flora Asner, first buoy. We can see our photographer right next to that. A little bit of a boy there, Lucas. Lucas, the yellow-haired ranger, right next to that starting buoy, making sure he gets the eye in the air. And there you can see 38.1. So we have almost 40 knots of wind out there. It is getting very, very windy. So Flora still in the lead. Nia Suarez coming in behind her. And joining me once again here in the booth, Liam. Good afternoon, mate.
Good to be back, Joe. Yeah, I've just been outside and getting amongst, what the riders are all feeling out there. Wind has definitely picked up, as you can clearly see on the meter in the top left-hand side of your screens. But Flora here putting in a good shift. Still managing to keep the lead from Nia. But Nia very, very fast on the straights now and look to have caught Flora up that little bit now. And I think Nia's just going to pump her way into that first place. Nia Suarez looking good on this course, just like yesterday.
Yeah, you can see her flying away over here. Now, Flora, what option she's going to have is to try and get her here on the inside. Nia needs to make sure that she doesn't let her get around her, and also has to make that tack. So Flora is going to have the advantage because Nia knows Nia's deciding again. She's not going to be changing the feet. But Flora's coming in, speeding behind her. Oh, ooh. That is what I call cutting it close. Those girls were staying together. Going to be interesting to see what happened there, because I actually think they might have had a little scrape there.
Yeah, I reckon definitely there was a clash of either the boards when they just tapped or maybe foils. But I think Nia still managed to just nick the win, but I would like to see exactly who took the win there. It was definitely a photo finish, and we always love a photo finish.
You got to love the old photo finish, making sure, getting the millimeters, and going to buy a skin of her teeth. But yeah, I think Nia Suarez might have got that one as Flora went down, but we're waiting for confirmation there for elimination number 12. Let's have a little look at the highlights before we start the small final of the men elimination number 6. There you can see how close that was. Right on the edge here, we can see it from above. Let's have a little look-see here, Liam. Oh, I reckon Flora saw that she was going to get pulled and went down. But was that across the line or not? It does look like it might be across the line. We'll have to wait for official results. And I'm just going to have a little look-see. So here on the women, number 63, and number 63 is, so Nia Suarez in first position on that one, so just going across first. But while we're waiting for the small final to come in, let's have a short commercial break. right, so we are going. Here we have a semi-final number 1 out there on the water. So it looks like out front, Christopher McDonald, if I'm not mistaken, or Noé Cuyala, just waiting to see if that's a yellow or black helmet. Behind him, we can see Ratotti, the Frenchman. There we have Riccardo Zorzi as well. And Giulio Gasparini. Let's not forget, top 4 will be making it through to that grand finale. And I think that is going to be Noé Cuyala, because that is the black helmet as they make their way through. Oscar Leclerc on the top-hand side there with the Valle, one of the top racers. And Riccardo Zorzi getting a nice bump. Can he get down it? It does look like he does, but it might be cutting it a little bit close. Yeah, Leclerc, great strategy there, Liam. You can see him waking it in the inside.
Yeah, Leclerc has also swapped around the kit. I haven't seen him ride that wing yet. It looks like a smaller wing with might even have some Alula material in it. So he's clearly changing around the kit. It seems to be working for him because he's just whacked himself into first place. But look at Zorzi here, just putting his foot down on the pedal. Nice and tight here between these first 3 riders.
Interesting to see. If you have a look at Zorzi's board there, it looks like he hasn't got a back foot strap.
No way.
Actually looks like he doesn't have a back flip strap, if I'm not mistaken. I would try and get info for you for that. But look, if you see the back of his board, no, he doesn't. Zorzi is riding without a back foot strap. Interesting strategy in 40 knots of wind.
It is, and it's going to be a photo finish once again here. Is he going to manage to pip Oscar Leclerc at the finish line? Doesn't look like it. Oscar Leclerc there taking the win. Riccardo Zorzi second. In third, Giulio Ratotti in fourth. It looks like it might be Noé.
Yeah, I think that is Cuyala, but definitely Leclerc and Zorzi will be making their way into the final. We will confirm the other athletes as we continue on. Coming up next, we will go and see who is in the grand final, as that was the loser final out there on your screen, where it looks like Oscar Leclerc and Riccardo Zorzi were battling out there for first place. So coming up next, grand final. Let's have a little look at the highlights. And welcome back, everybody. There you can see it is windy out there. Red flag here now. Coming up next, we'll have the final, and it is getting intense. Angel Granda, Axel Gerard, Alan Fedit, Francesco Capuzzo, Benjamin May, Titouan Galea, Mano Guinole, and Camille Bouyer. This is a very important heat out there for Francesco Capuzzo and Titouan Galea. If Francesco can win this heat, it means he is back in action for taking the lead on the overall standing. Titouan Galea, if he wins this, it means he would have 4 first positions. Let's see what's going to be going down there, Liam. Yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes to go.
Francesco Capuzzo having a great final in the last elimination as well, and he's looking sharp today. Titouan not looking as sharp as before, but you know, let's see how it goes. Francesco Capuzzo really wanted to take it to the top riders.
All right, so who's your money on, Liam? Who's it going to be?
I'm a fan of Capuzzo at the moment. I don't know why. I feel for him yesterday when he got, you know, unfortunately in his positioning in each free-fly-slalom heat. In the final with Bastian, he sort of got caught up. In one of his semi-finals, he got caught up as well. But I don't know, I'm just getting a good energy from Francesco. I think he's very determined. He really wants to prove himself that it's not just luck on the first, you know, wins that he has. Yesterday he had a first win on the first elimination. Today, very similar start, if not the same. So my money is on Francesco. I think he's looking good. He's had his breakfast. He had a good night's sleep. So what about yourself? Are you going for Tituan?
No, I have similar feelings, to be honest. Tituan is riding very well, but he doesn't look as fast today as he did yesterday. Yesterday, in the later eliminations, he dominated.
Yeah.
He wasn't being touched. You could see he kind of stood back a little bit as he saw the, both Bastian and Francesco sometimes were falling down to make sure they didn't get caught up in that very intelligent move. Today, not looking as fast as he did yesterday. Wind is stronger. Maybe that's taken into account with the equipment. But final is getting ready to go. We're making our way out, and there you have the starting line. So let's go here. Grand final. Elimination number 6 of the men coming your way. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Tituan coming out the gates early doors. He looks fast from the start there. I was just about to say Francesco looking faster generally on the straights, and Tituan slightly better on the pumping section, but Tituan really coming out fast. Where is Capuzzo at the moment? I think he's on that black and orange RRD wing that you can see on the far left-hand side, but waiting to see that orange helmet.
Yeah, there you can see, no, he's on the right Gold Series wing. So Tituan off to a great start. This is not what Capuzzo wanted to see. Tituan blazing along. Very good riding there from him. And Capuzzo is going to have to play catch-up because Tituan's already got 2 or 3 waves. And let's not forget, behind there, Angel Grande, we can see Camille Bouyer there also making it in. Now this is an intense moment because this is when people can start to touch. Okay, Francesco having to open up a bit and to make sure he didn't collide there with Angel. And now this is a very, very big section. This is where the bacon is. This is where the beans come from. Camille Bouyer doing very, very well. Francesco on another wave. Tituan, can he get on that one? Camille riding his way across. Nice. Oh, it's going to be good, but watch out. Tituan is flying. I reckon he heard us and he's trying to prove a point here, mate.
Yeah, for sure. Capuzzo there, you can see left-hand side on that white and red, yellow wing, but he's out the picture at the moment. It's this guy on your screen, Tituan, who is flying. Camille Bouyer as well is putting out some show-stopping moves and some great moves around the mark there as he is going to go and cross the line in second place. Tituan Galea really did shut us up here, Joe.
He absolutely did, and there you can see Angel Grande looking like he might have got across in front of Capuzzo, but Tituan Galea, a huge congratulations to him. That is the best race we've seen from him today, and pulling it out when you need to, making it count. 4 elimination wins for the Frenchman. Congratulations, Tituan. Insane riding there. So he is going to be very happy with that one because that is another nail in the coffin as there's only 1 more elimination to go. So he has 4 elimination wins. So let's talk a little strategy. Obviously, no official results yet. He has 4 elimination wins. Francesco has 2. If Francesco wins the next elimination, he's going to have 3, and then there's going to be a mix. Is that going to be the final nail in the coffin? Is there going to be a possibility for Francesco to overtake Tituan? We are going to have to find out, but still great riding there from the Frenchman.
Yeah, there he is, Tituan. They're winning that elimination. Number 7, he'll be stoked when he comes in off the water. Francesco Capuzzo, if he really wants to take it to this rider on your screen, he has to win the last elimination. He has to win elimination number 7. So all the work to do. He's not going to be too happy, especially not finishing even second as well. It's not like he came just behind Tituan. He didn't really have the best heat there. He'll be a little bit disappointed. Tituan coming in now. We're going to be going into a little bit of a break. You can see our cameraman, because coming up shortly, we're going to have a little bit more action.
Yeah, well, once again, congratulations to Tituan. And I can hear in the corner of my ear, it looks like we have a yellow flag up in the sky as we have elimination number 13 of the women. Let's have a look who are in this elimination. There we have Nia Suarez dominating. Oran Cerise, Bowman van der Linden, Sofia Machetti. Made Arce, Viola Lifship, Alora Meya, Elena Moreno, Agatha Blanche, Flora Asnea, Maria Behrens, Isabel Trivigno, Lucia Trivigno, and Kylie Belouve getting ready as this is going to be the final elimination before a lunch break where we will be back at 3:45 local time. So 15:45 local time as they're going to have a break to give the guys and girls out there on the water a little breather. We will be going on standby. The stream will stay active, and then just around 3:30 local time we'll be coming back and getting back into action, and we will have to see who are going to be taking the win here for the FreeFly-Slalom Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo.
Not too much action to follow after 3:45 because we do just have that elimination round to go through for the men. And we're going to also get a few more with the women who are going to be shortly up on your screen. Wind is pumping, good 36 knots out there. This is the sort of view I like to see, showing you, everyone at home, just exactly where we are, the location, the famous Gran Canaria spot where it pretty much blows wind all day, every day during the summer. Nice little town on the left-hand side there, right on the beach. I mean, it couldn't be any closer to the action. And do let us know where you're tuning in from home. We'd like to know where you're watching in the world, whether you're in Europe or somewhere a little bit further afar. Let us know. And also, if you want to know anything from the riders.
All right, well, they have it, and confirmation that in that last heat, we have first position Tito Ancalia, second position Camille Boyer, third position was there for Angel Grada Roque, the local, and fourth, Francesco Capuzzo. So definitely not the result he was looking for. And now we can see here, elimination number 13. Wow, Flora getting a good advantage there on this one.
Yeah, it seems like Flora's always getting the good advantage at the start of these heats because Nia's riding switch stance, she's running sort of toe side, and Flora's not. And I think Flora's then able to go a little bit faster. Nia does make up a little bit more ground generally over the course, just because, you know, she is a little bit faster, you know, from start to finish. But coming out the gates, Flora always coming out first with this course setup. That's what I've noticed today. Usually yesterday, when Nia was in a different stance, she was coming out first. But she's always playing catch-up. It doesn't seem to phase her. She's catching now a nice little bit of rolling swell, covering some ground, as the other riders a little bit further behind.
Yeah, and just on the overall standings, Nia Suarez is in the lead. And after the second discard, let's not forget they have more than 7 elimination rounds, so they've already had 2 discards. Nia Suarez has a total of 6.3 points, and Flora Asner has a total of 16.4 points.
Wow.
So Nia pretty much has this one wrapped up already, as it looks like we're going to be going for 15 eliminations in total today on the women.
Yeah, Nia in a nice position here, but I don't think that's going to stop her from wanting to push and take the victory in each of the eliminations that she's in. Flora there on your screen, currently leading this one. If she can keep it together, I do think she's going to pull through first. It'll be a nice little win for her. Nia picking up some speed behind, though, really coming through this section quite fast as Flora going around the last mark now. One little straight home. And yes, it's going to be Flora who's going to be crossing the line first. Nia Suarez is going to be coming through in second place. Not sure about third yet, but we'll still shortly see. Looks like around Cerise there on the right-hand side with that free wing. And not sure about that rider there, Joe.
Yeah, that's looking like Maria, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we can just confirm the Lycra number, but it does look like Maria Behrens. So good riding out there on the water for her, and then one of the Trevino's. So once again, that is elimination number 13, already finished of the women. So we are now going to be going into a standby break, as there's going to be a 2-hour break, pretty much, 1 hour 45. And we will be back at 3:45 local time, starting off with elimination number 7 of the men, heat number 1. And what action we have had here down at Pozo, already maxing the wind out. We can see we've had almost 40 knots out there. And I can't wait to see some more FreeFly-Slalom action in the water. All right, so we are on as we are starting elimination number 7 of the men as they are getting going out there. There you go, cameraman getting himself ready. So it looks like we have Angel is starting out in first position as it stands. Let's have a look how it's going to be when they get to that first mark.
Yeah, there they are, the riders. You can see the mark just being passed there. Angel is just dropped down into third place, looking like Mr. Alan Fedit is in first, and also Julian Rototti there in second place. And look at the wind speed as well. We've got pretty much a solid 30 knots. We've just spent the last, well, we had a little bit of a break, haven't we? And it's been quite nice out there. Wind is definitely not dropping. And so far now, Angel going into first position.
All right, so there we have Grande Roca making his way around, getting past that free fly section. Behind him, Alan Fedit. Alan Fedit, a super constant rider out there, very consistent, has had pretty much second in every single elimination. And you can really see that he has been pushing forward as they come to that first mark. Let's not forget, top 4 riders will be going through to the next round to semi-final number 1. But it looks like at the moment, Angel and Alan Fedit are battling it out as they're going to be coming towards the final buoy. Can Angel get on the bottom side on him? Kind of go on the inside, but it doesn't look like it. Alan Fedit is going to be getting across that last mark. Oh, a little bit of a flare, a little bit of a spin. And there we go, getting ready as they make their way through. So first position, Alan Fedit. Second position is going to be Angel Granada. Third position is going to be Julian Rototti. And that looks like a Cabrino, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be a North. So that is going to be Chucho Nunot. Looks like he's changed down from the mode. So Chucho Nunot will be in 4th position, but waiting for official confirmations.
Nice starting opening heat there, Joe.
Yeah, nice way to get back into it. As elimination number 7 of the men. We have elimination number 7 of the men, and then we have eliminations number 14 and 15 of the women, and that's going to be it today. And official results in already, even though there's still eliminations to go. The 2 winners here of the Free-Fly-Slalom discipline in Gran Canaria, Nia Suarez and Tituan Galea, already have taken that first position because they've done enough before the end, so big congratulations out to them. We'll be catching up with them a little bit later. And here we go, red flag in the sky for heat number 2. Camille Bouillet, Malo Granolea, Ricardo Zorzi, Christopher McDonald, Simon Gao, Luca Gasparini, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Bowes Muller will be the ones that are going out. Bowes is not in the water as he has decided to wait for the surf freestyle. From the information I've had him, he's fine. He's just decided to wait it out as we continue on here. Day number 3. The GWA Wingfoil World Tour event, Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo, and just currently we have the Free-Fly-Slalom final elimination of the men in the water.
There they are. You can see just sort of circling the start line now, waiting for that yellow flag, which has just been risen there. So just under 2 minutes now to go until we get underway with this next heat of elimination number 7 for the men. And then, as Joe mentioned, we also do a couple for the women, which is going to be great because they're going to do 15 eliminations, and then the men will just stick on 7, which also allows the men to discard 2 results, so they can get rid of their 2 worst claims. But we have already crowned the first position, but that doesn't mean the other riders can't still give it their all. Riders like Capuzzo, Escofet, they're still going to want to try and get as many points from this competition as physically possible. Green flag very soon to be up in the sky. Okay, here we go. It's looking like these riders are going to start to engage now. Heat number 2, elimination number 7. Let's see if we're going to get a clean start. We've had quite a few dodgy starts, should I say. And it's looking like it's going to be a good one. So out in first position probably is Mr. Camille Boyer there on the RRD equipment. Looking also like Malo there, second, riding the gong. On the Cabrina, I think that is going to be...
Yeah, that's looking like it will be Jeremy Rodriguez, if I'm not mistaken, out there on the Cabrina. As we continue on, and Ricardo Zorzi also up there at the front. So there it is, Camille Boyer, Malo Grenole, Ricardo Zorzi, and looking like maybe Solin Gao.
Yeah, nice performance.
Trying to get information out there now, but definitely the top 3, Boyer, Genole, and Zorzi coming up to you.
And Camille there doing well on this pumping track. I actually had a little chat with Francesco in the break, and he was saying that the course yesterday was a lot easier in the pumping track to catch the right swell. There was a little bit more, whereas the positioning of it today means that they really need to engage in the pumping. So, yeah, we like to throw these riders, you know, different course and just spice it up a little bit. And now Camille Boyer out in front with quite a nice commanding lead, being followed by the man in the green helmet. That is Malo. And then in third place, we can see Ricardo Zorzi. So all these riders still giving it full throttle as they now pass the second pumping track with Camille Boyer comfortably in the lead. Plenty of speed here. And if he can keep it all together, he'll be making his way into the semi-final along with the other 3 riders that will follow. So it's top 4 riders in the elimination heats that will go through to the next round. If they don't make it in the top 4, then you don't make it through. And in the last semi-final, we can see that in the last heat, Mr. Alan Fedit, Angel Glanda went through, Julien Rototti and Chucho Nonot. So let's see who will be joining them as they cross the line now. Camille first, Malo there with a nice rally to wrap things up in second position. Ricardo in third. Who's going to take fourth?
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Looking like from this angle, it looked like the North Rider, but we could be getting that info as soon as possible. Number 67. So it looks like Jeremy Rodriguez there on the North. We will confirm that very shortly. But before we do, let's have a look at the highlights of this last heat.
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
go.
Welcome back, as we are now in Gran Canaria for the next round.
Sweet. And welcome back, everybody. Sorry we had a little bit of a sound issue there, but we are back and ready to rumble. Thank you, guys. So, Francesco Capuzzo, Axel Duran, Noé Cuyala, Bastien Escoffet, Lilian Juppé, Max Robertson, Lassie Harbasek, and Julien Boyer. Let's go.
So here we go, looking like it's going to be a nice one here. Some big heavy hitters as well, the likes of Capuzzo, who would definitely wanted to have had a slightly better competition. Speaking to him, you know, he started off both days strong, taking the first eliminations on both day 2 and day 3. But he just hasn't been able to link the others together, and it's sort of given the win to Tituan. Although Tituan has ridden very, very well, Francesco just really maybe just had a few unforced errors, and that's why he is not the winner here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, I mean, Tituan, he's silent but deadly. We saw there in that last elimination, throughout the whole elimination, in kind of the first round, the semi-finals, he was chilled.
Yeah.
He was kind of just making sure he got in that top 4. And we even called it that we didn't seem that he was as fast as he did in that first day. But then when it came down to that final, completely different Tituan.
Tituan's just one of those riders that he's been on tour for quite some time now. As you can see, the yellow flag is in the sky, so just under 2 minutes to go. But Tituan, he's just, you know, you can be as quick as you want on the day, but a lot of it comes down to competition experience and, you know, just knowing where you need to be at the right time, how to deal with different sorts of pressure as well, especially in the final. You get one shot in each elimination. If you're in the final, you've got to get your best finish. And riders like Tituan, they just know how to link it all together, put the pieces of the puzzle all in one. And here he is now, first position. And if we do see him on the water, I'm sure he'll just treat this one quite nicely.
All right, so information in it. Lilian Juppé was over early, number 19. That's why that general recall, so we continue. And there we can see, just waiting for them to go back into sequence. So information at the moment is that Lilian Juppé was over early, number 19. So it means we're going to be going into sequence one more time for heat number 3, elimination number 7, final elimination of the millennium.
It is. This is elimination number 7, as you mentioned. And once we finish this elimination, we'll be able to wrap up the Free-Fly-Slalom for event number 3 of the 2023 calendar year here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. Started off in New Zealand, then we're over in Le Cat, and now Gran Canaria. So nice, busy schedule. Free-Fly-Slalom is the name of the game, and we've been able to do 2 different courses over the last 2 days. Both courses with 2 pumping tracks as well. And it's conditions like this which is great to have. We're able to come to a location with, you know, nice swell, but also super, super strong winds. And that's a nice thing, especially for our crew as well. We're able to not feel so much pressure on running things on certain days. Sometimes we have that at other locations, especially look at last year. You know, it's a windy place with that Tramontana wind, but we were a little bit unfortunate and we didn't get the solid nuclear winds we know can deliver. Whereas here, you know, we can, you know, just play around a little bit and pick and choose when we want to run things.
Yeah, we can. I mean, Mother Nature here definitely loves strong wind and windy conditions. And there it is, yellow flag in the sky. So less than 2 minutes to go until the restart of this heat. Francesco Capuzzo, Axel Gerard, Noah Cuyala, Bastien Escoffet, Lilian Dupet has been taken out because he was over early. Max Robson, Lasse Habasek, and Julien Boyer. Let's have a little look at the overall standings at the moment. As we mentioned, Tituan Galea already has the win, as he has got enough points to be able to be in the lead. Then Francesco Capuzzo so far is in second position, and Alan Fedit over there in third. Looking at Alan's results, he has been as consistent as they come. He has been second in every elimination -2, where he was 6th. So you can see consistency definitely is key out there for Alan. Top of the marks for him, third position so far. So he's going to try and see if he can get a gain here on Francesco, because there's only 1.3 points difference in between the two of them. And now let's have a look. Let me go over here. Francesco Capuzzo there. So yeah, Francesco has 13.4 and Alan has 14. So 0.6 of a point difference in between these two guys. So at the moment we have a battle for second in between Francesco and Alan Fedit.
We do. And just for those at home, if you might be thinking how do the points work. If you actually win an elimination, you don't get like a load of points. It's the less points you get is the better. So Tituan, let's have a little look what Tituan is on, because he's been able to win. And if you win an elimination, you get 0.7 points. Okay, so that's what Tituan, the lower the better. And he's out in front with a nice comfortable score. Francesco and Alan closely behind in second and third. They're going to be really battling out for this elimination.
Yeah, I mean, basically Francesco, he has discarded those 9 points from getting that 9th place in elimination number 2. So now let's have a little look-see. Green flag in the sky. Is that a clean start? Waiting for information. It does look like it is, as they are continuing on. So out there in front, that young man is going to be Axel Gerard. There we can have Francesco Capuzzo also making his way along. And now elimination number 7.
Gerard absolutely flying. He's definitely had some lunch in the break, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, they don't call him the Axe for no reason. He is hacking away at this leaderboard, wanting to go up. Let's not forget, on the overall also, Axel is in 4th position, and he is pretty close to the others. So a lot has to happen for him to get on the podium, but it ain't over until it's over. And at the moment, it looks like the young French athlete is on a roll.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's on a nice roll, both in the comp and on the swell there. And Axel Gerard, actually last week in La Palma, was the under-16 youth world champion in free-fly-slalom. So he's buzzing with confidence here, as you can see, in 1st position, nice and comfortable going into this second pumping track now. Capuzzo now just gaining a little bit more ground on Axel. You can see there's some nice waves that I believe one of the riders there has caught in the back, but it's Francesco here picking and choosing which swell wave he wants to get on. Axel, though, riding this one nicely as he comes around the mark, still in 1st place. But this is where Francesco can catch.
Yeah, but you can see just by their body position, they're cruising.
Yeah.
They know this is 1st round. They just need to be in the top 4 to get through to the next. So you don't want to make any unforced errors when it isn't necessary. There you can see up front with the AFS, Axel cruising and perusing, just chilling. He's going to go around this mark. 1st position, and now he's just going to get himself across the finish line. Francesco as well. You can see he's not even pushing there. Behind him out, it looks like Max Robinson on the Gong, the new member of the Gong team, or Bastien Escoffet. Actually, looking at that, Bastien Escoffet is going to be in 3rd place, and then in 4th place, looking like Noé Cuyala. But we can definitely confirm that the winner of that heat number 3 was Axel Gerard. Let's have a little look at the highlights. already into heat number 3 of elimination number 7, the final elimination of the free fly slalom down here in Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo, the home of wind, as they call it, La Casa del Viento. I mean, this place does not stop blowing, Liam.
No, I mean, I was surprised. I knew it was going to be windy coming here, having never been to Gran Canaria before, but I mean, when we get here in the morning, it's blowing 35 knots. In the afternoon, it's blowing 35 knots. Early evening, it's blowing 40 knots. It does not stop blowing here, but you know, that's what we want. That's why we're here. That's why we come to locations like Gran Canaria, because we're able to provide our riders with the best possible conditions on this planet.
Oh, absolutely, and they are enjoying it out there. I mean, we've had 2 full days of free fly slalom. It's been nothing but left, right, and center, we've been saying on the stream, flying their way down. Also opening up that free fly slalom discipline where they have the waves. This is the first time we've had these kind of wind speeds and also these kind of rollers. Let's have a look. So Tituan Galea, who has already claimed the win before even finishing, absolutely flying through this competition. Benjamin May, Oscar Leclerc, Giulio Gasparini, Aitami Rodriguez, Luca Vuillermet, and Clement Hamon and Liam Dunkerbeck in heat number 4. So we are just about to get ready. Red flag in the sky, less than 3 minutes to go. Yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes.
There you go, just a quick switch up there. So nearly we're going to be getting underway with heat number 4 of elimination number 7. And let's just have a little look, because now our semi-finalists have just been confirmed. So it was Axel Gerard, Capuzzo, Bastien Escofet, and Noé. So who are the 4 that will be joining those riders? Because in the other semi-final, there's some big names, the likes of Fedit, the likes of Camille is also there. Malo's in the other semi-final. Chucho Nanot, who's been riding really, really, really well. So along with the other few riders, 30 solid knots easily out there. The gusts pushing more towards the 35 to 40 mark. Plenty of wind here, and I actually will say it as well, Joe, like, you don't really get a feel for it on the, like, watching there. You can see a little shake in the camera, but when you actually go outside, you feel it. You sort of like end up leaning into the wind a little bit.
Oh, you're definitely leaning. I mean, you're getting blown and wind swept and water swept and sand swept out there. I tell you what, we're going to be wrenching out the sand from our clothes about the next week. And then let's not forget, after this event, we're going to be going over to Fuerteventura, Sotavento, which is also a very windy location.
Yeah, at least we don't have to jump on a big 10-hour flight or anything like that, because that's what you'll be doing at the end of the month.
Yep, that is very true. We'll be going over to Rio de Janeiro for the Wave Wing event over there. First time that we are going over to the main city of Brazil, and can't wait to get over there. Conditions are supposed to be really great. It's the same location as the WSL, so pure surfing and a really big opportunity for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. So that is going to be the beginning of August. We're going to be enjoying that one. Then we go back onto the kiting side, where we'll be going to Dunkirk over there in France, and then it's all up for Sylt in Germany. So a very busy summer. Summer months are where a lot of events are coming together. And I'll talk about coming together. Here we can see final heat of this first round of the elimination number 7. Green flag in the sky, and wow, great start there. Right on the back, Benjamin May with a duotone. And then let's have a look. We've got Giulio Gasparini there in second place. I can see Oscar Leclerc, going down. I think that was Aitami Rodriguez. It looked like the F1. Not sure, trying to get that info in, but definitely at the moment we have Benjamin May, Giulio Gasparini, and Oscar Leclerc.
Also important to note, we did have Tituan in this heat, but he's clearly thought, you know what, I've won. I don't want to do anything silly. I'm going to just enjoy watching this time.
Yeah, I mean, cruising. He can cruise through this. He's been a smooth operator out there throughout the whole competition. And I think what he's doing, he's going into that first round just to chill. And then he's going to be out. But still, he is our champion. So a big congratulations there to Tituan Galea for winning the free fly slalom discipline here in Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria.
Oscar Leclerc and Benjamin May having a little battle. Look at the two of them there, pumping really close together. That's exactly what we want to see. This is the sort of free fly slalom we enjoy watching. They're pretty much both on the same wave as well, but who's got the legs? Who's got the stamina? Because speaking to the riders at the end of the yesterday, they were all just sort of like spread out on the deck chairs afterwards, saying their legs were throbbing. I mean, some of these pump tracks are like 500 meters long, so very, very long, but we like to put them through their paces. This is what free fly slalom is all about. You know, it's not just trying to go from one side to the other. We like to throw in some, cheeky elements in there, as now Oscar Leclerc is leading this heat number 4 of elimination number 7 for the men. And like always, just taking it easy now. They know that they just need to finish in the top 4. So it's Oscar, then it's Benjamin, and then it looks like Julio Gasparini just coming around the last mark, followed by one of the gong riders, I believe will be Clement Hamon.
Yeah, so that looks like the top 4. Still got to go around that mark, but there it is. Those 2 lads getting through, so a great race there. Heat number 4. Now we're going to be continuing on to the semi-finals. Number 1 of the men. But before we do so, let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Coming up now, we have semi-final heat number 5. Alain Fedit, Camille Bouillet, Angel Granda, Malo Granole, Julien Ratotti, Ricardo Zorzi, Chucho Nunot, and Jeremy Rodriguez. Top 4 will be making it through to the grand final. Looks like we're in that final moment where the guys are getting outside of that triangle, Liam, and it's time to fly towards the starting line.
And flying now is the drone in the sky, as you can see, just making its way out towards the start line. And nice wind as well. We're looking at about a solid 30 knots. You can see there all the wind turbines here in Gran Canaria, powering the island, full of energy, which is also very handy. Why not have a load of wind turbines when it's nuking pretty much every day in summer?
I'm going to tell you what, that's green electricity there all day long. And also just coming up on the low tide, it's going to be in about 3/4 of an hour. So that's why it doesn't look so bumpy out there. So they're going to have to navigate in between the flats. And here they are coming close. Green flag for all of them. Here we go. Let's have a little look-see what is going to be happening out there. So it looks like out in front, that is going to be the Gong Rider, which I think is going to be Ratotti. We see Angel Granda also making his way around. That was, looked like Malo Guerrero, who was gone down. And there we can see also Chucho Nonot. So yellow, north, Chucho Nonot. Lelo, Ocean Rodeo, and blue up here, Angel Granda. And then it is going to be Julien Ratotti and Alain Fedit in 4th.
Yeah, there they are, all the riders now on the first pumping track. Malo will be kicking himself after that, you know, unforced error at the start. but they're all, you know, trying to get on the right wave at the moment. And like Joe mentioned there, the tide's having a little bit of an impact now with what they can actually try and catch. You know, they've got to try and pick and choose which one is the best wave, but still no changes in the lineup coming out of that one.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, Liam, that we have Tituan Galera has already claimed the win. But also there's a battle in between Francesco Capuzzo and Alan Fedit. So if Alan went out now, it would mean that Francesco Capuzzo would stick into that second position. If he continued on, those guys are pretty much looking a place difference in between the two of them to change up the leaderboard. So quite important moment, because at the moment, Alan kind of on the edge of that safety zone as he is in 5th position. Let's not forget top 4 riders make it through to the next. That's why you can see he's pushing here.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, they might be taking it a little bit easy at the front. That guy on the gong is absolutely flying through this last section of the course. But it's Alan Fedit here on the inside, on the right-hand side, chasing, trying to get the slipstream of Chucho Nonot. They're now coming around one of the last markers in the course. It's getting a little bit tight now as Alan really sniffing Chucho.
Yeah. So it's looking like, yeah, Ratotti, good move there from him. But watch out, it is going to be close. Chucho, Angel, Alan, and at the back there, Camille Boyer. So we're going to have to wait for results to come in, because obviously from our angle, it's not exactly the same as the pin. So we're waiting for that. But it did look like 100% sure the Frenchman Ratotti was your first place finisher.
Yeah, that was one of the closest heats that we've actually seen pretty much all day, I'd say. There were like 5 guys crossing the line in similar time. But best way to have a little look at that is to check out the highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at those moments. And welcome back, everybody, as we're now continuing on with semi-final number 2 of the final elimination here of the FreeFly-Slalom Gran Canaria Pozo Izquierdo.
Yeah, great last heat there as well in that elimination. I enjoyed the fact that Alan sort of had to come back from 5th. Really nice sort of maneuver on that last mark, getting it. I think it was 3rd position, but we're just waiting on confirmation for the last 4. But that's what you want to see. That's what FreeFly-Slalom is all about.
Yeah, it's all about that strategy. And let's not forget also, having a little look at the computer here, we have Axel Gerard is in here. The Axe, as he's been now got his new nickname.
Yeah, that's the name.
He has been killing it out there. This youngster, every single event, he impresses us so much. And now even on the FreeFly-Slalom, we saw him on the waves in Cape Verde. We've seen him on the freestyle. Now Slalom up. There's not much we can't throw at the Axe, and he will chop it in half. Then now, coming up in that semi-final 2, we have Axel Gerard, Oscar Leclerc, Francesco Capuzzo, Benjamin May, Bastien Escoffier, Giulio Gasperini, Noé Cuyala, and Clément Hamon. So, as we were mentioning, Liam, Francesco Capuzzo, Alan Fedit, there's the battle. We have just seen Alan get through that first semi-final, meaning he will have his place in the grand finale. Now, Francesco needs to keep it up to get in that final, because there's only 0.6 of a difference in between those two on the overall standing. So the battle for second place is right out there. And to get the wings and start to fly, there we go. Red Bull is in the air.
Joining you on that one, Joe.
And here we can see our drone making his way out as we are starting all the way up on the left-hand side of the competition area, pretty much right out in the wind stream. You can see Arinaga there in the back. The windmills are spinning. The wind is going. The white horses are coming up and doing the odd... And it is go, go, go. Semi-final number 2, final elimination of the day.
So here we go now, riders on the left-hand side of your screen. Who's going to get the best start, and is it going to be a clean start? We've seen some sloppy starts today, but so far in this elimination, haven't seen a general recall, and it looks like it's going to be
Looking clean.
Good.
It
Yeah,
was close, I'll give it that, but it's looking clean. So at the top, Benjamin May, we have with the value, that is Oscar Leclerc. Down here on the bottom, that is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. Axel Gerard there with the AFS. Benjamin May flying through.
Yeah, he's had a great start in this heat as well, and the last heat he was coming in quick. But Oscar Leclerc definitely makes up ground, you know, on this pumping track. He's been pumping pretty well from the start to the finish. You can see there as well. That is in the orange helmet, Capuzzo. So top 4 will go through to the next heat. Who's it going to be as Benjamin May leading this one?
Yeah, just making his way down, but Capuzzo was on the left-hand side there, and I got a feeling he's squeaking it over. No, so Benjamin May really doing well here. I reckon Capuzzo is chilling as he knows top 4 will go through to the grand final. Oscar Leclerc also fighting his way. Okay, here we have him on a bump. You can see how he really gets more speed. As soon as any of these riders jump on one of those waves and ride the wind swell all the way in, you can see how it accelerates. And this is the beauty of the free fly slalom. Here we go. So first position, Benjamin May with the duotone. We go, going down. That is not what you want to have happen.
No, he's going to be kicking himself. Is he able to get back up and water start from that position? Yes, he is, but he's not dropped in to the top 4. He's got some work to do if he wants to make it through, because now snatching the lead, Mr. Oscar Leclerc. Capuzzo in second. And it looks like Mr. Axel Gerard as well in third place with the AFS red and white wing. But nope, he's been snatched there by who I believe will be Clement Hamon. So Benjamin May now is not going to be too happy with that end.
He definitely isn't. I mean, he did fall off just right after the free fly, so maybe have opportunity to come back, but nope, you can see him there making his way through, unfortunately there for him. So by the looks of it, waiting confirmation. Francesco Capuzzo, Oscar Leclerc definitely through in first and second position. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Bastien Escoffet and Axel Gerard in third and fourth, but we will soon find out. Coming up next, we're going to have elimination number 14 of the women.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue to fly through the Free-Fly-Slalom. Up next, we have the women elimination number 14. Joe, who are the players in this one?
We've got Nia Suarez, who has already taken the win. Oran Celis, Bowen van der Linden, Sofia Machetti. Made Arce, Viola Lipstick, Laura Maya, Elena Moreno, Agatha Blanche, Flora Asner, Maria Behrens, and Isabel Trivigno, Lucia Trivigno, and Kylie Belouv. Those are the athletes that are going to be going for this elimination number 14. They have the girls will be finishing off this as well. After this 14, we'll be doing the small final and the grand final elimination number 7 of the men. And there we will know what the podium is going to be. And then we move over to the ladies. So as you can see, drone is ready, flying through the sky. I can see the flock just about. The eagle has left the nest and the birds are coming at us. Here we go, elimination 14 of the women.
Leaving me speechless here, Joe, with these sayings. But here they come. Who's going to be crossing that line first as the green flag will shortly be raised? And here we go. Any moment now. Yes, it's going to be a clean start as well. And coming out the gates quickly is both Flora and Nia. Nia still going at it there. But Flora getting a quicker start there. Definitely quicker on the straight at the start, Flora. Pretty much every single elimination today, she's been the one that's going round that first mark first. But it is, you can see Nia having different stance there to Flora. And now coming up towards the pumping track next. Flora there just letting that wing flag out a little bit too early, allowing Nia just to catch up that little bit more, because I do think Nia now is going to be nipping her way into first position.
Yeah, it does look like she's got a little bit of an advantage and a bit more speed on the foil. And you can see that low tide, so there aren't those rollers that we had earlier this morning. Second to last elimination here for these ladies as we continue on. Day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Tour event here, Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo, the House of Wind, La Casa del Viento. And now the Spaniards and current world number 1, Nia Suarez, making her way through. But look at that, Flora starting to get a little bit of speed on the bump. As soon as they get a bump, they really do start to accelerate.
Yeah, you just gain so much more speed if you get on the right part of the wave. And you can see now Flora just going a little bit wider, taking a slightly wider approach, trying to stay on that wave. But Nia there going around that mark with ease as she continues to stay in first place. And you can see Nia and Flora now just well ahead of the 3rd position.
Yeah, they definitely aren't messing around as Nia is just making her way to that final mark where she will be going around it and having a sweet straight line to victory one more time. So first position is going to be Nia Suarez, unless anything changes in the next few meters. And second position going to Flora Asner. Nia, what an incredible event she is having. She has pretty much won almost every single elimination. And that means clean sweep out there for her as she has already claimed herself first position here in Gran Canaria for the Free-Fly-Slalom discipline.
Yeah, show-stopping stuff there from Nia. And doing really, really well to just continue to take the wins and not let anything phase her as the other riders are now starting to cross the line in the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th positions. And here they are as they cross that last line. A little bit of a nice rally there from some of our riders. But there we have it, elimination number 14 for the women. As mentioned, they will have one more left. Up next, we're going to be going to the small final of the men. But first, we'll check out those highlights.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. That was the second to last elimination of the ladies. And once again, Nia Suarez.
Yep, super, super fast from start to finish there with Nia. She always comes through that first mark in about second with this course today. Yesterday, she was always starting in first, but then catching Flora with ease, especially on those pumping tracks, just picking and choosing the right moments.
Yeah, just you really can see them floating around. As soon as you get up on one of those bumps, they really do speed down. We've seen that in the men as well. Tito Angalea, the winner, he has already claimed that first position, the crown of the free-fly slalom here in Gran Canaria, and he is one of the guys that really reads the swell. If he would get in there and as soon as accelerate all the way down, that seems to have been the difference, the defining factor here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, for sure it is. Tituan is just hasn't really put a foot wrong, really, apart from the first elimination where he actually basically that's one he just said, nope, I'm all right, I don't need that one. I mean, he came from Israel, he was on a massive long flight, so we'll give it to him.
Yeah, no, we will. But now, small final. Camille Boyer, Benjamin May, Ricardo Zorzi, Giulio Gasparini, Mano Genole, Clement Hamon, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Noé Cuyana. That is the small final here of the men just getting ready to rumble. Yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes. And there we can see the beautiful town of Pozo Izquierdo right here. The wind just making his way across and all the way up the top, as we can see a little bit of movement out there. There are our foilers. Pozo Izquierdo, known to be one of the windiest places on the world. And there you go, maxing out at 33. We've seen 40 knots of wind out there today. So I tell you what, it is blowing down here on the Canaries in Gran Canaria. And now just waiting for that yellow flag to hit the floor, meaning that we are going to have less than a minute to start.
Always good to have the drone up in the sky as well when we do the free-fly slalom. Really able to get that bird's eye view, especially useful when it comes to the start and the finish line, and being able to follow our athletes all the way through the course. Really nice course that our sports team have put together as well. Spend a lot of time trying to plan and find the best parts for the pumping tracks and etc. But the riders have enjoyed it. They've enjoyed a little bit of difference from yesterday. As you can see now, small final is about to get underway with the likes of Camille Boyer, Benjamin May, Ricardo Zorzi. Those are some of the 3 riders in it as well. We have Giulio Gasparini, Malo as well. I mean, he had a bit of a stumble on that last heat, so he'll be wanting to get started nice and well. Looks like a clean start as well, Joe.
It does. I'm just having a little look in there, but it did look like it was a clean start. So now let's have a look. Small final. So this is for the bottom 8 out of the top 16. As it does look like Benjamin May. Such a shame that he fell off after that free fly on that last one, because it looks like he's had 2 great starts here on both of the last heats. Already rolling down that swell, coming towards us out here on the beach. And what a full day of action it has been. It's just coming up on 4:30 in the afternoon local time. And it looks like in about the next half an hour, we are going to be wrapping up the free-fly slalom discipline. Tomorrow, we will either have surf freestyle or we will be going out for the big air. Because let's not forget, we have a big air discipline down here this year. First time debuting on tour. We did the qualifiers where we have the 18 male riders and the 12 for women riders, so they're going to be flying to the sky. And also we have the Red Bull Rockets involved, which what that is together with the surfer apps, they have a telephone in their wetsuit kind of located around their chest as soon and seeing who is going to be the athlete that goes the highest, both on the men and the women, and a nice €1,000 check for both of them to take home and enjoy.
Nice busy week ahead. It's not just going to be finished here after the free-fly slalom action. Surf freestyle and big air still to come, and I think they'll choose big air to be on obviously the windiest day, you know, when it's super, super windy. We want to see how high these riders can jump on a wing. We haven't seen it ever before. There's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of excitement brewing over this whole big air discipline. And what a place to have it as well here in Gran Canaria with super, super strong winds. So that might be the aim of the game tomorrow, but we'll wait and find out. And Benjamin May now crossing the line first. Looks like Camille Boyer also crossing the line, maybe in second place there. I think one of the riders pretty much went down on the finish line. Whether they crossed it or not, we'll have to find out. But wrapping up nicely now the small final, because up next, shortly we're going to have the main final.
And welcome back, everybody. All right, Liam, it is the final, big final, elimination number 7 of the men. As we mentioned before, Tito Angola, congratulations to him, the winner of the free fly slalom discipline here in Gran Canaria. But now, the battle, the dynamic duo. We have Alan Fedit, who has been consistent all the way through the event, and he is up against Francesco Capuzzo because they are only 0.6 of a point difference. So any place, whoever finished pretty much on top of the other is going to be the winner.
Yeah, although Tituan has taken the win in free fly slalom, this is the nitty-gritty stuff. This is the exciting part of this final heat for the men. Elimination number 7. We wanted to get through 7 eliminations. We've done so. Francesco Capuzzo or Alan Fedit, plenty of points up for grabs because it doesn't just affect this competition, it also goes towards their 2023 rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget Francesco is second on the overall ranking. We're going to have to see how that changes up now with Tituan, just waiting to get those numbers finalized in, because also Bastien Escoffet was leading coming into Gran Canaria, but not having a great event there. But hey, in the end, a world champion isn't defined by one event, it's defined by a lot to see who is the best in the world. Now, coming up next, there are the players. This is the final. Julien Ratotti, Oscar Leclerc, Chucho Nunot, Francesco Capuzzo, Angel Granda, Axel Gerard, Alan Fedit, and Bastien Escoffet. Now it is D-Day. It is time to rumble. And now those are the two players, those two athletes on your screen right now. With the RRD in the orange, black, and white, and orange helmet, Francesco Capuzzo. And on the AFS with the white helmet and the Rastaman style, Alan Fedit. That is where I'm going to say the meaty section is.
The meaty section for sure. That's where the where it's going to be a bit busy out there. I don't know. I think they'll clearly know that as well. They know it all comes down to this. But, you know, also, obviously, after this as well, we're going to be crowning the podium. So you want a nice place on the podium.
All right, so is that a flag or is that a no flag? It's kind of hard to see. It does look like it's a flag up there. There's a little bit of yellow in that. I'm going to say it's less than 2 minutes to go.
I reckon so as well, less than 2 minutes. So it's getting exciting now. This is going to be the last men's heat of the competition in regards to free fly slalom. And it's a nice way to end off when we have a little tight battle between two runners out there. But there's still some big names out there, the likes of Chucho Nunot, who's ridden really, really well. Actually, Chucho, for me, during this whole free fly slalom competition, he's been one of the riders that I thought, you know, hats off, you've done really, really well here, making most of the finals. You know, he's riding the swell really well on the pumping track, so quite impressed with his riding.
Yeah, I agree, and definitely today. He didn't have the best of starts yesterday, but today it seems like he's kind of got in sync with the ocean, going with the motion, and really doing a good result out there for him. Let's see how he's going to be doing on the overall standings after that, because at the moment, he is in 11th position. Let's see if he can have a good race here and end up in the top 10.
Oof, good start, I think, as well. Looked good from this angle, but let's see if it continues on. As it looks like, I mean, always coming out the gates early, isn't he there?
Yeah, it does. It looks like we got a clean start, and we do it now. Local boy, local knowledge. So, Angel.
So we do apologise that we haven't been there from the start, but you can see now Nia Suardiaz crossing the line in first position. So she is going to be winning elimination number 15 for the women. Really, really faultless stuff. As Flora crossing the line in second, and who's it going to be in third place as the women now crossing the line near there. Nice smile on the face. She'll be happy to take the win here on free fly slalom for Gran Canaria. Another win in her belt, another trophy on the cabinet. As Nia Suardiaz is definitely the woman to beat when it comes to wing foiling at the moment. And that goes for all disciplines, whether that's surf freestyle, free fly slalom. She is the one to beat.
Yes, and unfortunately, we do apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen. The internet dropped out just as we were midway through that final. What we can say is that Francesco Capuzzo has finished in front of Alan Fedit. We're just waiting for results to come in. But unfortunately, yep, the internet dropped. Just Murphy's Law in the middle of that final. And now we just saw there that Nia Suardiaz taking once again a win here. So waiting for final confirmations on results. We will get that to you very shortly. But while we are waiting, let's have a short commercial break.
8 islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
And welcome back, everybody. Firstly, we do apologize. Unfortunately, the internet dropped just as that final was going on the way. I mean, Murphy's Law, but, you know, it is what it is. We have had an incredible event here for the FreeFly-Slalom down in Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo. And Liam, run me through some of the results as we have the final top 3 podium places for this discipline.
Yeah, well, we'll start with the men. And in first position, we know it was Tito Galileo. He didn't compete in that final elimination. He just sat back, relaxed, and enjoyed that last one for the other guys because it was a battle between Francesco and Alan Fede. But Francesco came out second. Alan Fede in third. And then on the women's side, how did the women do?
Well, we had a dominator throughout the whole event. We knew that was going to happen. We could see it as she won pretty much every single elimination, minus a couple. Nia Suarez coming out of Spain. Congratulations to her. In second position, we have Flora Asner coming from France. And then in third position, also from New Caledonia, we have Oran Sedis. So those are your podium finishes here for the Freeslide-Slalom. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning into the stream. We're going to be back tomorrow, still trying to decide what is going to happen, if it's going to be big air, if it's going to be surf freestyle, as now the FreeFly-Slalom is done for this competition. They debuted here in Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria. I'm Josie Ashler. Thank you very much for joining me.
I'm Liam Dredge, and thank you very much for joining me, and we can't wait to see what the next few days are going to entail.
Until tomorrow, everybody. Hasta mañana.